upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
Welcome everyone to our workshop Electronic drug registration and listing using CDER Direct 2023. Good day, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you may be. It is extremely exciting for everyone here to see so many of you online with us, and we certainly appreciate your commitment in attending this event and overcoming any scheduling challenges. We invite you to chat amongst yourselves in the chat pod when it is available. And from a sneak peek at that chat pod a few minutes ago, I see there is significant global representation and interaction. So thank you so much for that energy. My name is Brenda Stoddard, and I'm with the Small Business and Industry Assistance (SBIA) program, which operates within the Division of Drug Information (DDI), which in turn resides in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research's Office of Communications. Excuse me. Since 2017, SBIA has had the privilege and pleasure to collaborate with the Drug Registration and Listing Branch within the Office of Compliance to produce this wonderful annual event. And it is my very great pleasure, along with my colleagues, to be with you here today. This workshop features an unsurpassed cast of subject matter experts from across the Office of Compliance and the Office of Management. We entreat you to make the most of this experience, attend all the sessions that interest you, learn all that you can learn, submit your questions during the available Q&A sessions, and network in the chat pod. Now, in addition to the Adobe Connect platform, we are offering live YouTube streaming, so please go ahead and invite your colleagues. However, please note that only those attendees who register and attend via Adobe Connect and log into Room 1 will be able to submit questions to our speakers. At this point, I'm happy to say we can announce that this workshop offers a total of 6.50 contact hours to physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. This continuing education credits are available to all real-time attendees who self-identified as healthcare professionals during the Adobe Connect registration process and who attend via Adobe. Please note the emphasis on real-time and Adobe Connect. No CEs can be given for those who attend via YouTube or for the post-event viewing. All faculty are expected to use generic names. If trade names are used, those of several companies should be used rather than only that of a single supporting company. CE faculty and speakers are required to disclose to the attendees when products or procedures being discussed are off-label, unlabeled, not FDA approved, and any limitations on the information that is presented. We have a spectacular lineup of speakers, as I mentioned earlier, and the planning committee, speakers, and CE consultation and accreditation team have nothing to disclose. Participants must attend to their attendance and participants must attest to their attendance and complete the final activity evaluation via the CE portal, that's ceportal.fda.gov. And for multi-day activities, participants must attest to their attendance and complete the faculty evaluation for each day. Final activity evaluations must be completed within 2 weeks after the activity, no exceptions. So, for clarity, in this case, the deadline for this workshop is October 12th. And we apologize in advance, but we are definitely unable to make exceptions to that deadline. Pharmacists should note that failure to provide your correct NABP and date of birth information in the required format may result in the loss of credit for this activity. Your NABP profile number should be the 6 or 7-digit profile number assigned to you by the CPE monitor, and your birth date should be in the month, date format, example 0928. Do not provide your pharmacy license number. Please click the My Account tab and then navigate to Edit Contact Information to verify that your information is correct. Physicians and nurses may then view or print their statement of credit And pharmacists should log into the CPE monitor 8 weeks after the last session of the activity to obtain the CE credit. You probably will not see that there reflected within 1 or 2 weeks post-event, so please allow enough time for them to get it up. Okay, let's see. All right, as we set up for this poll, as those of you who follow us and attend most of our conferences, you know that I do each conference. Some of you may have been with SBIA for quite some time. Let me change my screen so I can see. Perhaps even going back as far as 2010 when we first started. And I dare say that many of you are also first-time attendees. So a special welcome to our first-timers as we work towards expanding our audience base and increasing our portfolio of SBIA events. So break the ice and get us thinking, we have the following question, and I see everybody, well, many people are already participating. The question is, how many SBIA conferences have you attended? You know, and I would change that from conferences to any SBIA event, whether it's a webinar or a conference. So the options are A, this is my first one, B, 2 to 5, C, 6 to 10, D, more than 10, 6, most since 2010. So let's see, are we settling out a little bit here? Yeah, I think we're good. All right, so it looks like 36% of our audience is this is your first experience with SBIA. So a big welcome to you. I hope it's not going to be your last experience, and we do enjoy enjoy getting you into our SBIA fold. And the next time you attend, you'll be able to say B. And so, oh my, I attended almost all since starting in 2010. We have 6 people. Now, this is fantastic. Quite a few times I see 3 people, and I wonder to myself, oh, are these the 3 people who have been attending with us all the time? So, somebody went down to this. Alternating between 5 and 6. Nevertheless, thank you so much to all of you who have been with us throughout the years, and a special thanks to those stalwarts who have been with us since 2010. All righty, thank you. Let's move on to the next slide now. Okay, as of this morning, we have over 3,300 registrants representing 80 countries. Over 56%, and this is a very significant number here, over 56% of these registrants have self-identified as small businesses. And of those, over 20% report having 1 to 9 employees. As could be imagined, these stats continue to be extremely important to us at SBIA, as they confirm that we are indeed reaching the small business sector of our audience, and they also validate our mission and the very existence of the program itself. What you see here is a snapshot of a GEO map of GeoMap for today's event. And this map itself, too, is quite invigorating to us here at FDA. I get a kick out of it, for it provides a very powerful visual as to the impact and extent of our outreach. And, you yourself can have some fun with it. You can actually click on this image, which will take you to your browser, where you can zoom in and have a closer look at our global participation. And I invite you to try it, zoom in on your geographic area, and see if anyone else is attending from your neighborhood. Okay, and what you're seeing here now is this slide provides the QR codes for our social media avenue. We do have a very good presence on social media. You can scan them with your phones and be taken to the appropriate platform, and they will also be advertised across the screen banner during the breaks if you miss that opportunity now. So let's turn our attention to some logistics. In our ongoing environment, again, we are all 100% virtual. And over the course of the day's event, we will have a total of 15 speakers and panelists, not to mention our organizers and technical staff, and we are all working from individual sites. As such, there may be some internet issues, but please bear with us. And if in fact we encounter those, we will try to get them resolved as quickly as possible. And speaking of tech issues, here is the link for a one-stop shop for answers to your technical questions. for downloading the files, accessing the survey link to obtain the certificates of attendance, and so much more. This is the same page that you used this morning for your online access to the event. So please bookmark that page, as you'll probably need it again during the day. If you have any technical questions about this conference, please check there first, and you will most likely find the answer. We invite you to submit your questions to us so that we can have a vibrant and productive Q&A segment, which is so crucial to these events. If you have a question, I'm pretty sure someone else has that same question, so don't hesitate to drop your question into the Q&A pod. This is a learning opportunity, and I encourage you to take full advantage of the expertise we offer here. We will answer as many questions as time allows, and when you do submit your question, please identify that individual presenter by prefacing your question with the speaker's name, as shown here. Also, during each presentation, there's a link on the right side of the pod where you see the speaker's headshot, and it says download the slides. There is also, note that this link is only active during the real-time presentation. And there is also a link to a speaker evaluation. We encourage you to take the time to complete that evaluation, as your feedback is much appreciated by the individual speakers. In addition to that speaker evaluation, we also have a final event evaluation. And upon completion of this survey/evaluation, we use the terms interchangeably. An attendee can then download a certificate of attendance, which may be used in support of RAPS, SOCRA, ACRP, and SQA credits. Now, the trick is that the certificate must be downloaded immediately after completing the survey. So don't walk away. Download the certificate immediately. Otherwise, this opportunity is lost. Even if you don't want or need a certificate, please take a few minutes to complete the conference evaluation, as your feedback will help guide the design of our future events. Note that both the evaluation and certificate are only available for 2 weeks, which means the deadline here again is October 12th. The survey link will be posted on our one-stop shop page later this afternoon. As a reminder, all of the sessions are being recorded. It will take us a week or two to process the recordings, but you will soon be able to access them from our SBI's homepage. And I sincerely hope you have already bookmarked that page, which is fda.gov/CDER SBIA. In the interim, the YouTube link for the day's recording will be posted on the One Stop Shop webpage at the end of the day. And I know this sounds a lot, so to simplify things, SBIA will send one email to all the Adobe attendees later today, post-event, and that email will have information on both the Healthcare Professional CE claim code and the conference evaluation link. I do want to point out there are 2 different processes with 2 different outcomes. Okay, let's take a couple minutes here. We have just a couple minutes to highlight our upcoming events. October 11th, we will host our 2023 Nano Day Symposium, Continuous Manufacturing of Nanomaterials. During this event, FDA will provide an overview of CDER experience with approving several solid oral drug products which benefited from the continuous manufacturing technologies. Then on October 16th, we'll have a webinar on the BSUFA 3 Regulatory Science Pilot Program. Now, this is a 2-part meeting with the virtual webinar component being held on October 16th and the in-person component being held on October 26th. Detailed information is available on our website. Then on October 31 through November 1, we will be hosting our biannual Pharmaceutical Quality Symposium, where we will explore topics related to pharmaceutical quality regulation, supply chains, and advanced manufacturing technologies. Many more. We only have 3 months left in the calendar year, but we do have many more 2023 SBIA events in the pipeline. And information will be forthcoming on our homepage, as seen here. Please bookmark it. We also invite you to visit our CDER Learn webpage, where you can link to SBIA tutorials, along with other educational resources, many of which offer healthcare professional CEs. And that link is fda.gov/CDER-learn, one word, CDER-learn. This slide calls your attention to a short video which will give you an idea of the SBIA resources available to you. I won't play it now, but it will be available during the lunch break where you can play it on your own. At this point, I would like to acknowledge those individuals instrumental in making this event possible. Many are listed here, but so many more deserve credit as well. Special thanks to our CE consultation and accreditation team, and most of all, our heartfelt gratitude to you who took time out to attend this event regardless of the inconvenience of the various time zones. And we do not take this lightly, for without you, this conference would not be possible, it wouldn't be needed, and definitely would not be the success that it promises to be. A very special recognition to my SBIA colleague, Captain Ray Ford, who will be your SBIA host throughout the rest of the day. And now I'm sure you're ready for us to launch fully into today's agenda. As a reminder, our speaker bios are all available on the One Stop Shop website, but for now, I am extremely honored to introduce our keynote speaker. Jill Fuhrman, JD, serves as the Director of the Office of Compliance in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, CDER. The Office of Compliance is charged with protecting the public from poor quality, unsafe, and ineffective drug products through proactive compliance strategies and risk-based enforcement actions. Ms. Fuhrman joined FDA in 2020 as the Office of Compliance Deputy Director after more than 22 years with the U.S. Department of Justice's, DOJ, Consumer Protection Branch, where she handled a wide range of consumer protection matters, including civil and criminal litigation under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. In her last 8 years at DOJ, Ms. Fuhrman served as the Deputy Director of that office, supervising litigation and providing leadership and direction to attorneys and staff. So have yourselves a great conference, and please help me to welcome Ms. Jill Fuhrman. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. I'm honored to have the opportunity to present the keynote today. This topic is very important because accurate registration and listing data is essential to public health, and we will share some examples of that today. Before we begin, I want to share a little bit about CDER's Office of Compliance, which is charged with the vital drug registration and listing program, as well as compliance with clinical trial oversight, drug manufacturing requirements, imports, recalls, and the integrity of the drug supply chain. We also protect against counterfeit drugs, ensure labeling compliance, and take actions against health fraud. This includes prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, compounded drugs, and many more. We comprise more than 430 professionals, including scientists, physicians, lawyers, pharmacists, and compliance officers. There are many persistent and emerging risks in each area we regulate, such as fraud and data integrity issues. Confronting each individual risk requires thoughtful planning and the right regulatory approach depending on the circumstances. We have a wide variety of compliance tools available to us within this framework, and deciding how and when to best use them is a continued area of focus for our office. Accurate data is essential to patient safety. The data that you submit is integral to public health efforts, such as planning for drug facility inspections to ensure drugs are manufactured in compliance with the law. Data in the Drug Registration and Listing System, also known as eDRLS, is extremely important when it comes to FDA's work reviewing imported products from abroad. Registration and listing data submitted by an importer is checked against our system, and when it doesn't match, FDA can request additional information. This can help stop potentially harmful products from entering the United States. We also use this data to track reports of adverse events and assign it to a specific drug for follow-up. Your work is important. You are a critical piece in a complex public health picture. For that reason, we ask that you do everything that you can to submit accurate and complete information. This information is more than just a database. Incorrect information can impact public health and put patients at risk. We take this very seriously, as you will hear today, and we do hold companies accountable for their data. So currently, there are more than 144,000 drugs listed with FDA, of which more than half are generic drugs approved under an abbreviated new drug application and over-the-counter drugs. Drugs approved under new drug applications comprise 5% of the listed drugs, and active pharmaceutical ingredients or bulk ingredients comprise about 8%. There are more than 10,600 establishments currently registered with FDA that make these listed products. Owners or operators of drug manufacturing establishments are required to register their establishments with the FDA. The majority of registered establishments are in the United States, approximately 57%. You can see in the upper right corner of this slide a heat map with the distribution of companies registered around the world. The top 5 countries based on the number of sites in the CDER site catalog are in the US, India, China, Germany, and Canada. Our office continually works to improve the data quality found in the FDA's drug registration and listing system. We issue registration reminders to firms, inactivate outdated firm registrations, product listings, and labeler codes, and issue deficiency letters when necessary. In fiscal year 2022, 21,440 drug listings were inactivated due to either not being certified as active or associated with an unregistered manufacturing establishment. Our office also inactivated 1,119 unused labeler codes and issued 212 deficiency letters to firms for inaccurate or incomplete registration and listing data. As I noted before, we also hold companies accountable for their data. We issue warning letters when we determine that a firm has submitted contradictory information between the labeling and electronic files. One of our primary goals, however, is to promote voluntary compliance. The best way to minimize the risk of potentially harmful medicines reaching consumers and patients is to prevent violations of FDA's laws and regulations before they occur. To support these efforts, we hold events such as this one so that we can clearly communicate our expectations to you and other stakeholders. We understand the need to be clear and open about where things stand and being available to answer your questions, so I encourage you to ask your questions today. So now I would like to share with you a few concrete examples of how DERLS data has impacted public health in the past year and how FDA uses it to address emerging risks. Some products based on their route of administration, such as injectable drugs and ophthalmics, in general can pose a greater risk of harm to users because the routes of administration for these products bypass some of the body's natural defenses. In particular, contaminated ophthalmic products can pose serious risks to patients. This year, we saw major contamination of a non-application ophthalmic product that was contaminated with multi-drug resistant bacteria. An outbreak potentially associated with this product is connected to multiple types of infections, including eye infections. 3 people died, and there have been 8 reports of vision loss and 4 reports of enucleation. The investigation to date has identified artificial tears as a common exposure for many patients. While investigating, our compliance team found that in addition to the firm not ensuring that the drug was sterile, the firm was not including a preservative in their multi-dose presentation. The firm was placed on import alert and voluntarily recalled all products on the market. Registration and listing data played a key role in this effort. When we identify illegally marketed, unapproved drugs and lapses in drug quality that pose potential risks, there are a variety of actions that we can take. It's important to remember that most eye drops are generally marketed over the counter, so FDA must catch issues after the product is sold because we don't have a meaningful opportunity to inspect a manufacturing facility prior to distribution. So on this slide, we have a few examples of ophthalmic compliance actions that we took in 2023. Most recently, in September, we issued warning letters to 8 companies for manufacturing or marketing unapproved ophthalmic products. Eye drops included in the warning letters were indicated for conditions such as pink eye, cataracts, glaucoma, and others. Some of these drops were labeled to contain silver. And some of these companies were also cited for quality issues related to product sterility. We also issued CGMP warning letters to firms making ophthalmic products. We will take action to alert the public about potentially harmful products as well. So as you can see on this slide, we issued an alert about the EzraCare artificial tears products that I mentioned in the previous slide. And in August, we issued an alert about certain eye products that were found to be contaminated with bacteria and fungi after FDA testing revealed contamination in 2 methylsulfonylmethane, or MSM, eye drops. And earlier in 2023, we oversaw a recall by and issued a warning letter to a manufacturer who said that they did not know that eye drops were required to be sterile. They are no longer in production. Lastly, our office worked with a company who identified counterfeit versions of their products sold by major online retailers. As you may know, late last year, numerous countries began reporting incidents of oral liquid drug products such as cough, allergy, analgesic, and antiemetic drug products with confirmed or suspected contamination with high levels of diethylene glycol, DEG, or ethylene glycol, EG. While no contaminated product was found in the United States, the outbreak spanned at least 7 countries and was associated with more than 300 fatalities, mostly in children under the age of 5. We've undertaken extensive actions to investigate and prevent an outbreak in the U.S. eDRLS data was used to email manufacturers about important public health updates, identify selected manufacturers and distributors who use excipients of concern, and to help stop potentially dangerous products from entering the country. eDRLS data was also used to help plan inspections. Based on our investigations, we issued 170 records requests to firms we identified using eDRLS data. We sent warning letters and implemented import alerts for those who failed to respond to FDA or failed to provide the requested information. So as you can see, we're taking many critical steps to ensure that contaminated product does not enter the U.S. supply chain, and eDRLS data plays a vital role. Today, I also want to touch on very important work our office is doing related to the National Drug Code, or NDC. Last year, FDA announced the availability of a proposed rule that is intended to minimize the impact of FDA running out of 10-digit national drug codes, or NDCs. The NDC is the FDA standard for uniquely identifying drugs marketed in the United States. NDCs are currently used across the healthcare system. Changes to the NDC would impact human and animal drug manufacturers, insurers, payers, wholesale distributors, pharmacies, hospitals, healthcare practitioners, federal agencies using the NDC, and many other supply chain stakeholders that use FDA-assigned NDCs. FDA is proposing to change the NDC to 12 digits in length with 3 distinct and consistent segments and 1 uniform format. FDA is proposing to amend our regulations on foreign and domestic establishment registration and listing for drugs, including biological products and animal drugs. This proposed rule will affect drug products that are required to be listed under Section 510 of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and 21 CFR Part 207. Because the agency is running out of 10-digit NDCs, this rule, if finalized, would provide certainty and predictability to stakeholders by selecting a pre-specified date for an NDC change. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly increased the rate at which NDC codes were issued. One expected benefit of the proposed rule if finalized, is that the proposed standardized format would facilitate the adoption of a single NDC format by all stakeholders. Such an adoption would eliminate the need to convert NDCs from one of FDA's prescribed formats to a different standardized format used by other sectors of the healthcare industry, for example, healthcare providers and payers. I invite you to tune in to our sessions throughout the workshop and learn more about this important initiative in one of the afternoon presentations. In closing, I want to thank Brenda Stoddard and Ray Ford for graciously hosting this conference for our office. I also want to thank Leila Raju Esfandiari for her work in leading this conference, as well as the presenters on the DERLS team, Vikas Arora, Jose Cabrera, Julian Chun, Troy Q, Pui Huber, Tasneem Hussain, David Mazik, Sujin Park, Yogesh Paruthi, Reggie Samuel, and Lori Simons. I also want to thank Huascar Batista from our Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance, and Jason Tu from our Division of User Fee Management in the Office of Management. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I appreciate your time and attention today.
Thank you for that great keynote address. This is Ray Ford working with SBIA. This will move us right into our first session of presentations on registering your drug manufacturing establishment using CDER Direct. We'll cover a CDER Direct establishment registration demo using the appropriate business operations and business qualifiers, registrations, renewals, updates, and deregistration, and also U.S. agents and official contacts. Our presenters include Reggie Samuel, Technical Information Specialist, Drug Registration and Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs in the Office of Unapproved Drugs and Labeling Compliance, also known as OUDLC, Office of Compliance, CDER, and Jose Cabrera, Information Technology Specialist, Drug Registration Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs, OUDLC. For a complete biography on each presenter today, please refer to our speaker biographies located on the event page for all event details next to the conference agenda. Now, please join me to welcome our first presenter, Reggie Samuel.
Good morning to each one of you joining with us from around the world. My name is Reggie Samuel, and I'm a Technical Information Specialist in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch. Today, I have the privilege of showing you how to submit an establishment registration. Today, we'll be learning a couple of things. We'll determine who registers and when they should register. This will also cover who should not submit an establishment registration. Then you will also learn how to create and submit an establishment registration via CDER Direct. So who must register? Any establishment that manufactures, repackages, relabels, or salvages drugs for distribution in the United States must register. So if you perform those physical manufacturing processes, which includes packing and labeling human drug products, you should submit an establishment registration for that location. Then if you don't perform those kinds of business operations on human drug products, which would include private label distributors, then you should not register. A private label distributor may be distributing the drug product under their name and label, but is not involved in the manufacturing process of the drug. Therefore, they should not register as a drug establishment. And that's also spoken about in 21 CFR 207.17. There are other exemptions, and you will find those in 207.13 in the CFR. So be sure to check those out to see if you fall under one of those exemptions. Now, when should you register? When should you submit this establishment registration? If you're a domestic establishment, that registration should be submitted no later than 5 calendar days after beginning your business process. In that case, we will receive that establishment registration before that time. And if you're a foreign establishment outside of the United States, you must submit that establishment registration prior to the drug being imported or offered for import into the United States. Make sure you keep this in mind. It's also spoken about in 207.21. Now let's get into the meat of what we're here for, which is the live demo on CDER Direct on how to submit an establishment registration for the first time. And I'll take you over there into the CDER Direct homepage. This is the landing page for the CDER Direct portal. What you'll do is you'll click on the username, enter that, enter your password, click on I understand, and then log in. Upon doing so, you will then be able to see the submissions page. When you first come in, if you had never created any submissions, this area will be blank. For the sake of this presentation, I do have some submissions already created to help us move along. But for those that are creating your first initial establishment registration, you'll click on Establishment Registration here under Submissions. Then you'll click on Create New / Upload File. Click on the radio button for Create New Establishment Registration using a blank form, and then Continue. This will bring you to this page where you'll have a lot of blank spaces that you'll have to start entering information into. The first thing you'll want to do is change the document type to Establishment Registration, which makes a lot of sense. And then here in the other fields in the header details, that will be automatically populated for you. You don't have to enter any information there. You'll come down here to this section that has the registrant details. Any field in CDER Direct that has a dotted underline, you can click on that field name and it'll allow you to see more help text. And this kind of gives you an idea of what the information this field is looking for that you should enter. In this case, for registrant name, the registrant is the owner or operator of an establishment that manufactures a drug. It's the official contact for the establishment registrations. Now, what you'll enter here is that registrant name. Now, this name isn't the personal name, but the one that, the name of the company that you have. In this case, I'm just going to enter Wonder Pharma, and then the DUNS number associated with this company. I'll enter that in, and then I'll continue to fill in this information that's requested regarding the contact information for the registrant. Then, when it's time for me to now add the establishments I want to register, I'll click here on Add Establishment. This information is now what you'll have, the glut of what you'll have to enter. And in doing so, I've already created an establishment registration file that has some of this information entered in. So you don't have to watch me mistype a bunch of letters and numbers. So I'm just going to go there. Let's pretend your eyes are closed and you don't know what's happening. And you're going to magically see all of the information you needed already entered in here. And now you can open your eyes and voila. Here we have information as I've been working furiously in the past 10 seconds to type all this information in. I put in my registrant contact details. And I've also added now 2 establishments. Remember, when you're creating your establishment registration, if you have multiple locations in the US or around the world, you can include all of those establishments that are doing a particular business operation on a human drug product in this one establishment registration SPL. That way it's easier for you to manage. There's not multiple documents you're having to access, but you'll come into this one and you can easily and quickly update, put information in as needed in the future. And I'll get to that updates for registration in another session. For now, this is our initial one, and let's pretend we've just now started doing this initial one. We're entering this information in, and I'm putting in the establishment name and DUNS for my location, and along with this address. You want to ensure that the address that you enter here for the establishment matches exactly the DUNS record for this DUNS number. When you submit this establishment, we will do a validation check to ensure by checking that this DUNS number in the Dun & Bradstreet database matches the establishment address you've entered here. So make sure you do that. If it's not up to date in Dun & Bradstreet, make sure you update it there first, then come and enter the address and submit your registration here. Then you provide with us the contact details. This is the contact at the establishment. Someone that we can contact if there are questions or information that need to be aware of. This is the contact information of who we will be able to get in touch with. Enter that here. If it's the same as what's above, you can click on this little radio button and it'll automatically, if the same information for the establishment contact is the same as the registrant contact information, you click this radio button and that'll automatically bring over the information from the registrant. Then you have the business operations. Here, you'll select the business operations that are taking place at this particular location, this specific one. Enter that information in, tell us the kind of product it is. Is it an OTC product produced under a monograph? Is it a prescription drug product, or is it an OTC product not produced under a monograph? Let us know that information here and then click Save. And, I didn't pick one. Let's pick this one. And you'll have this information all here. Once you've completed doing that, you're going to click on Save Establishment, and that'll save that information. I've already done that before, so I'm just going to move on. Now, let's say I have a second establishment that's outside of the United States, and I've entered the information now for that particular establishment. Once the system detects that the country is something not other than the United States, this information here is then going to become mandatory. That's U.S. agent information. This would be the name of your U.S. agent, the company that we can get in contact with here in the United States. Fortunately, I have a wonderful U.S. agent, and that agent has a DUNS number. Yes, U.S. agents that you elect must have a DUNS number, so make sure they're registered with Dun & Bradstreet. Along with that, you'll also then see a new section for importers. Here's where you can add multiple importers for products that you're shipping into the United States, and provide with us, again, they have to have a DUNS number as well, their DUNS number and contact information. Now, once I've done all this, I would click on Save Establishment. I've already done that, so this is already saved. And I'd go here, and then I would click on Submit SPL. Now, when I click on this, there's going to be an error because we're in the pre-production environment, and it's going to ask me for the FEI. Oh, and I should also mention that this field for FEI, you can leave it blank in your initial registration because this is the number that will be assigned by the FDA District Monitor after you've submitted your establishment registration. So you won't have it in the beginning, so you can leave that field blank. However, in any subsequent updates to your registration, you should have that FEI number by then. Usually it takes up to 90 days, it's usually less than that, and you would enter that information in here. But in your initial one, it will be left blank. Because I've done this before, I'm going to get an error when I click Submit SPL. Let's pretend I clicked on Submit SPL. And when I do that, I'll then get a status that says awaiting acceptance. And I'll show you that here after clicking on Return. So after clicking on Submit SPL, you can see now that I'm in awaiting acceptance status right here. This means that the submission is now going through a validation process, and we need to wait usually up to 10 minutes or less for this status to change to either submission failed or submission accepted. If it comes back as submission failed, it just means that maybe we missed something, or the address that you entered for the establishment is not correct. You just have to update that, make sure it's correct, and click Submit again. What we want to see at some point is this thing called Submission Accepted. Once it says Submission Accepted, that status changed from awaiting acceptance to Submission Accepted, then we know that the FDA has successfully received my establishment registration. And once that's been received by FDA, after 1 to 2 business days, your establishment name and address information will appear on the drug establishment's current registration site. That site is where you'll be able to provide to customers, to show to customers that your firm is currently registered. Now, after you've submitted this establishment registration, you're maybe hoping to get a nice certificate you can paste on your wall and show all your colleagues of the great work you've done. But unfortunately, we do not provide any kind of registration certificate. But as I mentioned in my presentation, you will be able to check if you're currently registered on the Drug Establishment Registration site. And we also do not endorse any registration certificate. In fact, you may be violating certain laws if you provide an FDA registration certificate. And maybe you've had one of these that I'm showing on the screen right now, but these are not endorsed by the FDA in any way. So please keep that in mind. If you'd like to get an email from us, please ensure that you just check the Drug Establishment Current Registration site, and if your firm is there, you can provide that to customers to show that your firm is currently registered with the FDA. Now, a challenge question for us to consider for today. Who should not register as a drug establishment? A, repackagers, B, private label distributors, C, contract manufacturers, or D, manufacturers? The correct answer is B, private label distributors, as we talked about in the very beginning of our presentation today. And that's because establishments are those that perform a business process, a manufacturing process, which includes packing and labeling on a human drug product. And private label distributors would not fall under that. So a quick summary for us today. Make sure you register on time. It's easy and it just takes a few clicks via CDER Direct, and you can have it done in no time. And remember that you can manage multiple establishment locations on one establishment registration. You don't need to create multiple establishment registrations in order to manage your various locations throughout the United States or around the world. It can be managed through one establishment registration, SPL. Ensure that you always keep your DUNS information up to date via DNB. Contact them if something has changed, an address, a name change, those kinds of things. Make sure it's first done with DUNS, and then you can come update that information in your establishment registration. Finally, remember that if you are solely a private label distributor, this establishment registration SPL would not apply to you. Thank you for registering on time, and thank you for staying in compliance. Now my colleague will talk to us about how to select the appropriate business operations in your establishment registration.
Hello, my name is Jose Cabrera. I am a technical information specialist with the Drug Registrations and Listing Branch. Today, I will be giving you a presentation on using the appropriate business operations and business qualifiers in CDER Direct. Our agenda includes business operations, operation qualifier, appropriate combinations, definitions, and challenge questions. Upon completion of this presentation, you should be able to describe the relationship between business operation and operation qualifier, define the appropriate combinations, and identify your establishment business operations and qualifiers. Business operations. Registration SPLs are data elements which describe the type of manufacturing activity performed at a facility. Facilities performing multiple operations should list all operations in the SPL. Your business operations must accurately reflect what functions the facility performs. This includes certain statutory fees, inspection planning, drug volume reporting requirements and compliance, and automated validations. A labeler code data element which describes best the type of distribution activity for the labeler. Labelers performing multiple operations, including distribution, should list all operations in the SPL. Again, business operations must accurately reflect what functions the labeler performs, such as rejection of labeler code requests to FDA, or automated validations. Here is a list of business operations that you can find directly on our website at www.fda.gov. Business operation qualifiers. These are data elements used in conjunction with each business operation. The operation qualifier describes, in detail, the business operation or product type. This must be provided for all registration and labeler code SPLs. Here is a list of business operation qualifiers, which can be found on our website, www.fda.gov. Appropriate combinations. Please note, not all business operations or operation qualifiers are appropriate for establishment registration and drug listing under Section 510 of the Food and Drug Cosmetic Act. Available options depends on the submission tools, but in CDER Direct, you will only have the applicable list in the dropdown. If you choose the incorrect business operation or operation qualifier, this can lead to automated validation errors. Definitions. Certain terms are defined under Section 510 of the Food and Drug Cosmetic Act and Part 207 of 21 Code of Federal Regulations. Some definitions are included in the NCI thesaurus. The terms pack and label were created for entities that perform the packaging and labeling part of the manufacturing process under contract. Here is our first challenge question. A foreign establishment has registered in CDER Direct as an API manufacturer. The establishment develops human prescription drugs. What will the business operation be? The answer would be API manufacturer. The business operation qualifier will be manufactures human prescription drug products. Business operations must accurately reflect what functions the facility performs, such as A. Assesses certain statutory fees, B. Inspection planning, C. Access drug volume reporting requirements and compliance, D. Automated validations, or E. All of the above. The correct answer is E. All of the above.
Thank you so much for that presentation on the business operations. It's me again, Reggie Samuel, and I'll be continuing with this presentation regarding registration renewal, updates, and deregistration. Some of the things we'll learn in this presentation is to determine when to update your establishment registration and how to create and submit an updated establishment registration via CDER Direct. So when should you update your registration? Well, if you're seeking to renew your registration for the upcoming calendar year, you should submit that registration renewal between October 1 and December 31. So let's say I will have a registration and it's September 30, 2023, and I submit an updated establishment registration. Well, then any establishment in that registration SPL will only be current until 12/31/2023. If I had just waited one day until October 1, 2023 to submit that updated registration renewal, I would then have all establishments in that registration current through 12/31/2024. So when you submit between that October 1 and December 31 timeframe, it then allows any establishments in that submission to be current through December 31st of the following calendar year. Expedited updates should be provided within 30 days of a change. Those include closing or selling an establishment, and you would do that by submitting in a deregistration or out of business notification. I'll get to that in the next slide. Or if you're changing an establishment's name or physical address, that information should be updated within 30 days of that change. Or if you're changing the name, mailing address, telephone number, or email address of the official contact or the U.S. agent. Ensure that those changes are submitted within 30 days of that change. So how do I let the FDA know what is going on with my registration? Well, we have certain document types built for these types of changes, and we'll go over them. The first one is the establishment registration. This is the document type you'll use in an initial establishment registration, along with any updates to a registration that you're trying to keep current. You would use the document type establishment registration. We also have the no change notification. This is basically the document type that is only available between October 1st and December 31st. It's kind of a quick way to be able to re-register establishments in your establishment registration and letting us know that there's no changes that for any of those establishments, no changes in business operations, no changes in contact information, no changes in address, and you could submit this no change notification to renew your establishments. Remember, only available between October 1st and December 31st for this document type. Next, you have the establishment deregistration. If you submit this one, all establishments within that registration SPL will be deregistered. Now, this would mean to us that all of those establishments are no longer manufacturing human drug products. It doesn't necessarily mean that the business is out of business. The out of business notification is similar to the deregistration, but it kind of goes a step further in saying, hey, this facility and these establishments are out of business and not operating. Not simply that they're no longer producing human drug products. So let's get into the live demo now on CDER Direct and see how we can update information regarding our registration, or to renew it, or to deregister. We'll be using there on the Direct website, and on the next slide we'll go straight to the landing page. After I've logged into my CDER Direct account and I'm brought here to the CDER Direct landing page, I'll then suggest to you to click on Establishment Registration. The reason to do that is in case you had other submissions that you had here, like product listings and labeler code requests, it may be difficult to find the exact submission you're looking for. If you click on an Establishment Registration, it allows you to only see establishment registrations you have submitted. Now, what we'll do here is find the establishment registration that we want to update in some way, whether it's for a renewal, or whether it's I want to deregister, or it's I need to update information associated with the establishment. What I'll do is, in every situation, is I will click on Submission Accepted for that SPL, and then I'm going to click on Create New Version. When I click on Create New Version, that kind of unlocks the SPL so I can make updates for it. What you won't need to do is update any information that's in the set ID, root ID, version number, effective date. It will automatically update the version number by 1, keep the set ID the same, and change the root ID for you. All things that are required. So you don't have to do anything there. What we'll do now is, if we're wanting to re-register or update information regarding this establishment registration SPL, such as address information or business operations or a new U.S. agent, I'm going to keep the document type as establishment registration. And what I'll do is I'll come here, and let's say the contact email for my registrant has actually changed, and it's no longer reggie@fda.hhs.gov. It has changed to samuel@fda.hhs.gov. And the phone number has also now been updated because our phone system is updated. And now the number is 3344, not 5544. And I would then be able to then review here by clicking on the edit tool. That's that pencil and notepad. And if there is information that needs to be updated, such as the business operations that we are doing, let's say we have added a business operation for manufacturing human over-the-counter drug products that aren't produced under a drug application or under a monograph, and I'll click Save. I've updated this, And once I've done that, I'll click on Save Establishment. Once I do all of this and I have all my information updated, I just click on Submit SPL. And bada bing, bada boom, that's all you had to do. If there was no update, you could choose a no change notification. It's not going to appear here right now because it's not October 1 yet. You could submit that, but I always suggest to firms, go ahead and just keep an establishment registration. Go ahead and just check that's information that it is correct, and then click submit. Even if there were no changes, once you receive that and we see that it's after October 1st and before December 31st, that will then allow this registration to be current through December 31 of the following calendar year. Now, if you wanted to tell us that you're deregistering, if you submit this as establishment deregistration, what will end up happening is all the information will go away. But the way you need to kind of think about it is that all the establishments that were listed in this establishment registration will all be deregistered, not just one of them, all of them. So if that's what you're intending to do, you just change this document type to deregistration and click Submit SPL, and all of them will be deregistered. The same thing goes for an out of business notification. You do this, change document type, all the establishments associated with this registration will be told to us that they're out of business. However, what if you just want to deregister one out of many establishments? Well, in that case, all you need to do is go to the establishment that you no longer want to have registered with the FDA, click on the edit tool, and just delete establishment. So just that one particular establishment, or less than all of them, you would delete. If you had 5 of them, delete 4 of them, and that to us would then tell us that you're wanting to deregister that establishment, like I did here. So now the only one is remaining is my Wonder Pharma, not the other Wonder Pharma that I had. Here means that only this one is going to continue to be registered, and the other ones will be deregistered. And once I've done that, I'll click on Submit SPL. And when you do that, kind of the same process goes as what I showed you in the previous time for the registration. You'll have a status that'll go through validation. Hopefully it'll be submission accepted. And if it is, that means that we've received that SPL into our system. One thing I should note is that Submit SPL is the only one that allows the submission to actually be accepted by the FDA. If you click on Save as Draft, that's just a way of saying, hey, I didn't get through the whole thing, I'll come back to it later. You can save it as a draft, come back later, and enter the new information that you needed that you didn't have before. And then Save and Validate, what that allows you to do is run the submission through the validation process only, so you can see if there are any errors. However, clicking on this will not actually submit it to the FDA for final acceptance. It is only for it to run through the validation process. And then if it has passed validation, you'd have to come back into the submission and then click on Submit SPL. But clicking on this kind of is a quicker way to run the validation to see if you have any errors. Now let's get into our challenge question for this presentation. If I submitted my establishment re-registration on September 30, 2023, until what date is my registration current? Is it A, October 1, 2023, B, September 30, 2024, C, December 31, 2023, or D, December 31, 2024? The correct answer is C, December 31, 2023. Remember, if you submit your registration prior to October 1st, then your registration is only current until December 31 of the current calendar year. When you submit the registration between October 1 and December 31, then your registration is current until December 31 of the following calendar year. Thank you for re-registering and deregistering on time. I hope that this has been helpful to you. And now we'll head over and have my colleague tell you more about U.S. agents.
Hello, my name is Jose Cabrera. I am a Technical Information Specialist from the Drug Registrations and Listings branch. Today, I will be giving you a presentation on U.S. agents and official contacts. Our agenda includes the U.S. agent requirements, official contacts, U.S. agent verification, next steps, adverse actions, and useful tips. Upon completion of this presentation, you will be able to describe the requirements of a U.S. agent and official contact, comprehend verification requirements, and identify adverse actions. For the U.S. agent requirements, it states as follows. Any foreign establishment engaged in the manufacturing, preparation, propagation, compounding, or processing of a drug imported into the United States must identify a United States agent for the establishment outlined in 21 CFR subsection 207.69b. Registrants of foreign establishments subject to this part must designate a single United States agent. The United States agent must reside or maintain a place of business in the United States and may not be a mailbox, answering machine or service, or other place where a person acting as the United States agent is not physically present. The U.S. agent is required to respond to questions concerning those drugs that are imported or offered for import to the United States, assist FDA in scheduling inspections, review, disseminating, routing, and responding to all communications from FDA, including emergency communications. If for some reason FDA is unable to contact the foreign registrant directly or expeditiously, FDA may provide the information or documents to the United States agent. FDA providing information and or documents to the United States agent is equivalent to providing the same information and or document to the foreign registrant. The official contact. Registrants subject to the registration requirements of 21 CFR Part 207 must designate an official contact for each establishment. This contact is responsible for ensuring the accuracy of registration and listing information, and reviewing, disseminating, routing, and responding to all communications from FDA, including emergency communications. The FDA may contact U.S. agents for new labeler code assignments, registration and listing deficiencies, among other reasons. If we have reason to believe the U.S. agent information on the labeler code or registration is not accurate, we may open a compliance case and send a deficiency letter. U.S. agent data is published online within our registration database on our website under the Drug Establishment Current Registration site. It is available in a downloadable file or a zip format. FDA has been contacted about some unauthorized use. Here's an example of a U.S. agent deficiency letter. If you are a new U.S. agent, please ensure that you have updated your labeler code SPL and your registration SPL to reflect the most updated information. If you no longer manufacture or import drugs for U.S. commercial distribution, please deregister with FDA, delist your drugs, and inactivate your labeler code. Drug listing and labeler code inactivations can have adverse actions if the appropriate actions are not taken. FDA-initiated inactivation can only be reversed by FDA. Industry-initiated labeler code inactivation can be reversed by industry if or when manufacturing and importing drugs resume. Here are some useful tips. A change in U.S. agent should be reported through labeler code SPL and or registration SPL. U.S. agents must assume all responsibilities outlined in 21 CFR subsection 207.69b. The official contact and U.S. agent are different entities. The U.S. agent is based in the U.S. and official contact is responsible for the establishment communicating with FDA. Do not ignore deficiency or verification letters. Challenge question. You have a drug establishment that develops hand sanitizer located in Tokyo, Japan. You want to import products into the United States. What CFR is the requirements listed under for U.S. agent? The answer is A, 21 CFR subsection 207 207.69b. My drug establishment has a new U.S. agent. What do I need to do? The answer is C. Update your labeler and registration SPL. Here are some references for your use to 207.69, the requirements for an official contact and a U.S. agent.
Thank you for the great presentations. Moving into our next presentation, it will cover the following: requesting a label code from FDA with a demonstration of CDER Direct label code request. And then we'll find out who will be assigned a label code and who won't. We'll also learn how a label code may be inactivated and reactivated. And finally, we'll learn about updates, mergers, and acquisitions. Our presenters include Lieutenant Commander Soo-Jen Park, Regulatory Officer, Drug Registration and Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration and Unapproved Drugs, OUDLC. Laurie Simons, Technical Information Specialist, Drug Registration Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration and Unapproved Drugs, OUDLC. And Pui Huber, Technical Information Specialist, also in the Drug Registration Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration and Unapproved Drugs, OUDLC. Please join me to welcome our first presenter, Lieutenant Commander Park.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Commander Soo-Jen Park, and I am here to do a live demonstration of labeler code request using CDER Direct. Here are the learning objectives for this session. We will log into CDER Direct to create, complete, and submit NDC and RIC labeler code SPL, as well as confirm labeler code assignment. Now let's do a quick review of the National Drug Code, or NDC number. Each product listed is assigned a unique 10-digit, 3-segmented number. It identifies the labeler, product, and package size. The first segment is known as the labeler code, and this is assigned by the FDA. A labeler is any firm that manufactures drug products, which includes repackers, or a company that distributes the product under its own name. The second segment is the product code, which identifies a specific drug and its strength. The third segment is the package code, and it identifies package size, type, and quantity. Now, both product and package codes are assigned by the firm or the manufacturer, and the labeler code is assigned by FDA. This slide summarizes information I just shared about the labeler code. Just want to mention that the labeler code request must be submitted when first introducing a product into commercial distribution, which is 5 days within going into the market, and you should submit and complete your labeler code request prior to drug listing. And if you do not have to list any drugs with FDA, you should not apply for a labeler code. Before we log into CDER Direct for the live demonstration, I'd like to mention that there are 2 labeler code document types. First one is the NDC and RIC labeler code request, and this document type is used to request and complete the labeler code process, as well as updating labeler code contact information. And the second type is the NDC labeler code inactivation due to business change, out of business, or company merger and acquisitions. And this topic will be covered later on this session. And now we will go into the live demo of labeler code request using CDER Direct to see how we can request a labeler code to complete the whole process and update the labeler code contact information, as well as confirming labeler code assignment. You can log into CDER Direct using the link provided here. And on the next slide, we will start from the landing page of CDER Direct. Now, to create a labeler code request, under Submissions, click on NDC Labeler Code Request. Then click Create New or Upload File. And when you click on that, a pop-up screen with some helpful information will appear. When requesting a labeler code, it is preferable to wait until you have a product to list before you request a labeler code, and that it can take up to 21 business days to process a labeler code. In addition, if an assigned labeler code is not used to list a drug, it will be automatically inactivated after 24 months. So since we are creating a new labeler code, we're just going to hit OK. And you have two options to choose from to create a new labeler code. You can create a new NDC labeler code request using a blank form, or you can select to import an existing NDC labeler code request SPL. If you have used a different application in the past, you can import an existing SPL using the second option. We will use the first option to request a new labeler code. So we're going to click the first option and hit Continue. Under Header Details, you have two document types, NDC Labeler Code Request and NDC Labeler Code Inactivation. We are going to select NDC Labeler Code Request from the drop-down menu. Next field is Set ID, and it is what the FDA uses to link all submissions over time. So when you are making updates after initial submission, you have to use the exact same Set ID to link all submissions. Next is the Root ID, and this is also known as the Document ID, which is unique for every submission. Now the version number will default to 1 since this is a new submission. And effective date provides a date reference to the SPL version. So next, we are going to enter the labeler details. You're going to enter labeler name and DUNS number, and make sure to leave the labeler code field blank since we are requesting a new labeler code. Just want to mention that if you have any questions about any of the required fields which are marked with a red asterisk, you can simply click on it, and a pop-up screen will show up with some helpful hints on what you are supposed to include for that field. So for example, if you click on labeler code, the helpful hints will says, if you are requesting a labeler code, leave this field blank. I'm going to close this out, and you're going to continue to complete the labeler details section by entering labeler contact details as well as the labeler contact address. Now the next section is additional labeler details. Although this section is optional, however, we suggest that you enter the information to expedite the process of your request. If you choose not to complete the additional labeler details section, then you will receive an email from us to verify physical address, DUNS number, as well as business operations. So in order to expedite the process, we highly encourage you to complete this section. If the address of the firm requesting the labeler code is different, then you can enter that information here. Or if it's the same, then you can check the box that says same as labeler contact address. So you can click this, or if I unclick it, and then if the address is the same, then I can click on this box and it's going to auto-populate. And if the address is outside of the United States, then let's say it's in Taiwan, then you will have the option to put in the U.S. agent's information. So we're going to go back to the United States, and I'm going to select a box to say that the address is same as labeler contact address. Now, lastly, you can enter the business operations by clicking on Add Business Operation and select appropriate business operation from the drop-down menu. So when you click on this, you're going to see a whole bunch of business operations that you can choose from. So you select the appropriate one, and then you can also select the qualifier and save. You also can add multiple business operations. So if at this particular address, they're also performing analysis, then you can also add that as well. Now, once you are ready, you can submit the SPL by clicking on Submit SPL. Also, you can save this SPL as draft if you're not ready to complete the process, or you can save and validate to make sure there are no errors with your submission. So once you have submitted the SPL, you should find your submission here with a status of awaiting acceptance. An email will be sent to the contact email of the account of status change. So if there are any validation errors, then you will see validation failure under status. If it successfully passes, then passes validation, then the status will indicate submission accepted, like this one here. Once the labeler code is assigned to your company, FDA will send an email to the point of contact listed on the labeler code request with the assigned labeler code number. So once you receive this email, you are required to confirm the labeler code. Unless you confirm the labeler code, you won't be able to submit a drug listing under that labeler code number. So our next step is to log back into CDER Direct to confirm labeler code assignment. So in order to confirm the labeler code assignment, log back into your CDER Direct account. And once you're logged in, open the previously submitted and accepted labeler code request file, which is the one right here. Then create a new version. Once you click on that, you can go to the field for the labeler code and enter the labeler code number that's been assigned to your company. So you can go down to labeler details, and here you can enter in the labeler code number that was emailed to you. If there are any changes to the labeler code, such as contact name or address, you can update that information here. So if you have, let's say, different contact name for your labeler code, you can update that information right here. And you can either save as draft or submit this SPL. I hope this live demonstration can help with your future labeler code submissions. While everything we discussed is relevant and important, I'd like to close my presentation with a short summary. If you do not have to list any drugs with FDA, you do not need to apply for a labeler code. Labeler codes that are not used by listing a drug product are automatically inactivated after 24 months. So you should only apply for labeler code when you are ready to list a product, so that you can eliminate the whole process of having to go through this entire steps that we went through today. And anytime you have changes to labeler code information, whether it's contact person's name or address or phone number, labeler code information must be updated within 30 calendar days after any changes are made. On the technical side, to make any updates to the labeler code, make sure to use the original set ID used to request the labeler code. Okay, now let's test your knowledge. Challenge question number 1, true or false? Labelers may be registered manufacturing facilities or private label distributors such as applicants. The answer is A, true. Your second question. Labeler code information must be updated within how many calendar days after any changes occur? A, 14 days, B, 90 days, C, 30 days, D, never. The correct answer is C, 30 calendar days. This concludes my presentation. Thank you all again for joining us this morning.
Good morning. My name is Lori Simons, and I am a Technical Information Specialist in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch within OUDLC at FDA. Today, I want to talk about who will be assigned a labeler code and who won't. After participating in this session, attendees should be able to define each segment of a labeler code, describe when a labeler code must be requested, and explain the situations for who needs to apply. Before we talk more about assigning labeler codes, let's first review a few things. A labeler code is part of a National Drug Code Number, or NDC. There are 3 segments of an NDC. The first segment is the labeler code that identifies the company and is assigned by FDA. The next segments are the product code, which identifies the dosage and strength of a product, and the package code, which identifies the package type or size. Both the product code and package code are proposed by the labeler. A labeler code is only used for generating NDC numbers for drug products. Now that we know what a labeler code is, let's discuss when it is requested. A labeler code should be requested by a company for a drug listing. They must submit the request to FDA within 5 days of going into commercial distribution, as well as prior to listing the drug. Please note that, generally speaking, if you do not have any drugs to list with FDA, you do not need to apply for a labeler code. Also note, an assigned labeler code that does not have any NDCs listed with FDA within 24 months will be automatically inactivated. Now that we know when to request a labeler code, let's review who needs to request it. As listed in Part 207, each person who engages in manufacturing, repacking, relabeling, or private label distribution of a drug subject to listing under this part must apply for an NDC labeler code. So a company that has drugs to list with FDA will need to apply for a labeler code. If a company has more than one manufacturing establishment under the same ownership, that company is not required to apply for a different labeler code for each establishment. This is because the labeler code identifies a company marketing a product, not the site itself. Also keep in mind that a DUNS number is site-specific, while a labeler code is company-specific. Now that we know who needs a labeler code, we should talk about who does not need one. As I mentioned earlier, if you do not have any drugs to list with FDA, or you are an application holder or sponsor and are not a manufacturer or PLD for the drug, you do not need to apply for a labeler code. This also means that if you do not have any drugs to list with FDA, but apply for a labeler code anyway, the request will be rejected. In addition to that, there are other reasons your labeler code request is rejected, such as your company has already been assigned a labeler code, or your labeler code was automatically inactivated. The steps for reactivation will be covered by our next presenter. Additional reasons may be the information in the submission does not match the information in the Dun & Bradstreet database, or perhaps you are a veterinarian drug manufacturer or distributor, since there is a separate place to submit an NDC labeler code request in the Center for Veterinary Medicine, CVM. Now that we've reviewed the what, when, and who for labeler code assignment, let's see what we remember from today. Challenge question 1 says, if a company has 3 establishments, how many labeler codes do they need? Is the answer A, 1 labeler code, B, 2 labeler codes, or C, 3 labeler codes, 1 for each site? Take a moment to consider which answer you think is correct. The answer is A, 1 labeler code. This may be confusing since the question says the company has 3 establishments, but if you remember from earlier, if a company has more than 1 manufacturing establishment under the same ownership, that company is not required to apply for a different labeler code for each establishment, because a labeler code is company specific. Challenge question 2 says, application holders or sponsors that perform no manufacturing process are required to obtain a labeler code. Is the answer A, no, entities that do not manufacture any drugs should not be assigned a labeler code? B, yes, all applicants must be assigned a labeler code? Or C, it depends. If an applicant is also the PLD, then a labeler code must be assigned. Take a moment to consider which answer you think is correct. The answer is C, it depends. If an applicant is also the PLD, then a labeler code must be assigned. Remember, if you do not have any drugs to list with FDA, you do not need to apply for a labeler code. For more information, here is the link to FDA's Electronic Drug Registration and Listing Instructions website. To contact the Drug Registration and Listing Branch, please send us an email at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. To sum up what we've covered, just remember the following. An NDC number has 3 segments: the labeler code, product code, and package code. If you do not have any drugs to list with FDA, you do not need to apply for a labeler code. Labeler codes not used for drug listing or obtained through false information submitted to FDA can be inactivated. And lastly, a labeler code is company specific. I hope this section helped review labeler code assignment. Questions will be answered in our live Q&A segment at the end of this session. With the information and resources for the what, when, and who, you can now more confidently request a labeler code. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pui Huber. I'm a Technical Information Specialist with the Office of Compliance in Drug Registration and Listing Branch. Now that we've learned about the labeler code request process, let's shift our focus to the labeler code inactivation and reactivation process. The primary goal of this presentation is to help you understand the labeler code verification, inactivation, and reactivation process. In addition to this, we'll focus on differentiating between FDA and industry-initiated labeler code inactivation and walk through the steps to reactivate an FDA-initiated labeler code. The purpose of requesting a labeler code is to list drugs, prescription or OTC, that are manufactured or distributed in the United States. If your company doesn't have to list any drugs with the FDA, applying for a labeler code may not be necessary. Specifically, drug sponsors or application holders not involved in drug manufacturing, processing, or marketing may not require a labeler code. Labeler codes that are not used for listing a drug product will be automatically inactivated after 24 months. If a labeler code hasn't been assigned by the FDA, or if it was obtained through providing false information to the FDA, there's a possibility it could be inactivated, and this can happen without prior notice. Now let's talk about what happens before the FDA initiates the inactivation of labeler codes that haven't been used in any drug listing. If your labeler code falls into this category, the FDA will send an email to the point of contact associated with that labeler code assignment. This email serves as a notification letting you know that the labeler code inactivation will be initiated in 30 days from the date of the email. So what's the action required on your end to prevent inactivation? Well, you have two options. You can either list a product associated with the labeler code within that 30-day period, or if you have a valid reason for not listing any products, you may provide that reason to the FDA. This step is important to ensure that your labeler code remains active and compliant. This is an example of what the verification email looks like. Since the FDA relies on the contact information provided in the labeler code request for any official communication regarding listing or labeler code matters, it is essential that any changes, such as the physical address or email, are promptly updated. In the verification email response, we request that you respond within 30 days of receiving it to confirm your ongoing need for this labeler code. If you no longer manufacture or distribute products, please indicate this in your response. And if you believe you still require an active labeler code, provide a reason. For example, if you have a product with a pending NDA or ANDA, please include this information in your response. eDRLS will review the provided information accordingly. As mentioned earlier, if a labeler code has no listed products for 2 years, it receives a 30-day prior notification of inactivation. Without a response, the labeler code is inactivated. And this is an example of an inactivation letter. In the email, you'll notice that we also provide information on the process for reactivating a labeler code. Please note that only the FDA can reactivate an FDA-initiated labeler code inactivation. To begin the reactivation process, please email us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov with the required information, drug name, active ingredients, strength, labeling, anticipated start marketing date, the intended NDC national drug code for the product. And this information will undergo a review by eDRLS to determine whether the labeler code should be reactivated. So once again, this is the process for reactivating FDA-initiated inactivation. This next process, we will go over industry-initiated labeler code inactivation. There are various situations in which industry-initiated labeler code inactivations can occur. These include a company going out of business, significant changes in business operations such as mergers or acquisition events, non-approval of a pending FDA application. In any of these scenarios, a company may choose to initiate the inactivation of their labeler code. To inactivate a labeler code, once you log into the CDER Direct account, as you've seen earlier in the presentations, you can log in and open the previously submitted and accepted labeler code request. Next, you will click on Create New Version. The next step is to change the document type from NDC labeler code request to NDC labeler code inactivation. And you can click Submit SPL when you're ready. Regarding industry-initiated inactivation and reactivation, reactivation is possible using only the same set ID. Industry can only reactivate the same labeler code that it had previously inactivated using that same set ID. Now that we've covered the fundamentals of labeler code inactivation and reactivation, let's put our understanding to the test with some challenge questions. The first one is, what happens if a labeler code does not have any products listed for 2 years? A, it will be automatically reactivated by the FDA. B, it will be permanently inactivated by the FDA. Or C, it will receive a notification 30 days prior to inactivation. Or D, it will be transferred to a different regulatory agency. And the answer is C. It will receive a notification 30 days prior to inactivation. I'm sure you all got that correct. Our second challenge question is, who has the authority to reactivate an industry-initiated inactivated labeler code? A, FDA, B, industry, both A and B, or D, regulatory agencies? The answer is B, industry. So only industry can reactivate it if it was the labeler code was inactivated, industry initiated inactivation using the same set ID. In closing, here's a summary of what we discussed. While everything we covered is relevant and important, the main takeaway is this: if you do not have to list any drugs with the FDA, you do not need to apply for a labeler code, since labeler codes that are not used by listing a drug product are automatically inactivated after 24 months. So it's important to apply for a labeler code only when you are ready to list a product. This approach will eliminate the need to navigate through the entire process that we just discussed today, saving you time and resources. Thank you all for your attention. If you have any questions or need further information, reach out to us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov.
Good morning again. For this section, I want to talk about updates, mergers, and acquisitions. After participating in this session, attendees should be able to describe the timing requirements to update labeler code information, as well as describe the labeler code update requirements in merger and acquisition cases. Let's begin with labeler code information updates. When should labeler code information be updated? The information related to a labeler code should be updated within 30 calendar days after any change. Changes include, but are not limited to, the physical address, email, and phone number. These updates must be made per Part 207 of federal regulations. FDA uses the labeler code information for official communication regarding the company's listings. Aside from your legal responsibility, it is in the best interest of your company to send updates to labeler code information to FDA as soon as possible. If you do not receive communications from FDA due to old or outdated information, it does not relieve you from fulfilling requirements listed in the communication. Because of this, FDA recommends that you review your contact information at least annually. Next, let's talk about mergers and acquisitions. These can differ for each company based on business decisions and contractual agreements. A business decision is made at the time of a merger or acquisition to transfer or keep all or part of products, the current labeler code or any NDCs acquired, and such mergers or acquisitions can require updates to the registration, labeler code, and listing SPLs. For example, Company A and Company B are merging and they're changing their name to Company C. In addition, they have decided to keep Company A's labeler code. There are a few steps that should be taken. Here is what Company A, or C, should do. They must update Company A's labeler code and registration SPLs if applicable to include the new name, Company C, and any other updates such as contact name and information. Next, The drug listing must be updated even though they are using the same labeler code because the labeler name has changed. All drug listings associated with the company must be updated. Here is what Company B should do. They must discontinue all drug listings associated with Company B's labeler code. Next, they must relist all drug listings under Company C's labeler code and NDC. They must also inactivate Company B's labeler code and deregister its registration if applicable. In the first example, when a company acquires another company completely, the products can all be acquired. So Company A can decide if they keep Company B's labeler code or retire it. Company B will need to deregister, and they should update all their drug listings under Company A's labeler code or otherwise inactivate it if it is no longer in use. This, of course, is dependent on if all or some of Company B's products are also acquired. In the second example, Company A acquires a human prescription line for Company B. Company B will continue to manufacture human over-the-counter drugs. Therefore, the labeler code cannot be transferred. The human prescription drugs acquired must be delisted under Company B's labeler code and listed under Company A's labeler code. Now that we reviewed when to make updates and about mergers and acquisitions, let's see what we remember. The challenge question says, labeler code information including the name, physical address, email address, and other contact information must be updated. Is the answer A, within 60 days, B, within 90 days, C, within 30 days, or D, every June and December? Take a moment to consider which answer you think is correct. The answer is C, within 30 days. These updates must be made as listed in Part 207 of the Federal Regulations. We will answer any questions in our live Q&A segment at the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. We'll now enter our break for 15 minutes. Please enjoy your break. Welcome back from the break. We hope you're able to refresh your coffee or tea to help move us right into the remaining presentations. Our next group of presentations will cover listing your drug using CDER Direct, including demonstrations of CDER Direct drug listing, listing a combination product, strength conversion and drug listing, listing updates and delisting, and blanket no change certification. Our presenters include Troy Koo, Technical Information Specialist, Drug Registration and Listing Branch in the Office of Compliance, Leila Raju-Esfandiari, Lead Consumer Safety Officer, Drug Registration Listing Branch in the Office of Compliance, Yogesh Paruthi, Consumer Safety Officer in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch, also in the Office of Compliance, and Vikas Arora, Pharmacist in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch, Office of Compliance. Please join me to welcome our first presenter in this session, Troy Koo.
Welcome back. I hope everyone have a good break. Hello, my name is Troy Koo. I'm a Technical Information Specialist. Today, I'm going to show you how to submit a product listing using CDER Direct. Here's my overview. We'll go over who needs to list and when that needs to happen. And we'll do a live demonstration to show what needs to be included in drug listing. And then a quick summary and go over do and done and some helpful resources. And then we'll finish up with the challenge question. The goal of the presentation is to help registrants submit accurate and compliant product listing and can facilitate engagement with FDA. So drug listing, who have to do it? Basically, if you are required to register, then you are required to list your drug product. There are very few exceptions to that. If you are a contract manufacturer or CMO, you must list under your own label code. With regard CMO to manufacturer for private label distributor, such as Walgreens, CVS, they don't participate in manufacturing process and they are exempt from registration. CMO who make a drug for them will have to list under CMO label code, and then they also have to list under PLD label code. However, PLD may elect to list on their own as authorized agent for CMO. Next, when the drug listing has to happen, initially, drug listing has to be submitted within 3 days of the initial registration. Okay, any update have to be done every June and December. However, there are no need to wait to submit an update. In fact, we encourage firms to update as soon as possible. Lastly, with regard to annual listing certification, an update to your drug listing SPL to certify your listing for the next calendar year. For example, if you're making an update to your drug listing SPL last week, then you don't need to recertify your listing this year. But we will talk about the blank no change certification later in this section. Now I will start the live demonstration on how to submit a drug listing SPL using CDER Direct. So first thing first, you have to log in. Now on the left hand side, you see a different type of submissions. Okay. For listing, we're going to select the product listing and certification, and then create new upload file. For this demonstration, I'm going to select create a new product listing. In the drop down, I'm going to select human OTC drug label. Continue. As you can see, the document type is pre-populated as a human OTC drug label, and the set ID is generated. This set ID is linked to this listing, okay? And it must remain the same throughout the life of the listing, okay? The roof ID, on the other hand, is specific to this version. So you can see it here, the version is number 1, okay? So as you update the version, the roof ID change as well. Next, we have labeler detail, okay? Here you will include the labeler name and the labeler done, or whoever marketing this product, okay? So for the labeler name, I'm just gonna make up something. See, and then we're gonna make up a 9-digit labeler done. And then next we have registrant detail. Okay, so this is if you are a contract manufacturer and you are listing on behalf of the PLD, then you put the information here, okay? So I am just gonna leave it blank for now. Okay, so next is establishments section, okay? We wanna know who manufactured this product. Okay, so in order to add establishments, we're gonna select add establishments. Under the establishment detail, you're gonna need to fill in all the blanks, okay? So for establishment name, let's just call workshop LLC, and then for the establishment done, and then the business operation. So for the workshop LLC, we're going to say it's an API manufacturer. And then going to have to provide a product NDC of this listing. Now, if you don't want this information to public, then you can select, put a check on confidential, okay? Otherwise, you can just leave it blank. Now that I have filled in all the information, I'm gonna hit the Say Establishment. Now that I have one establishment added, if you have more than one establishment that involved with this product, then you will follow the same steps to add the second one, third one, and fourth one, and so on and so on, okay? Now, next is products. To add products, we're gonna click on Add Products. Okay, under the product data elements, the NDC product code is required. So put one in here. And then proprietary name, it's gonna call it hand sanitizer. Alcohol, it's going to be my non-proprietary name. The subjects and the DEA schedule are not applied to this product, so I'm just going to leave it blank and not doing anything with it. For the dosage form, it's going to be gel. And then my route of administration, topical. All right, source NDC, I am not a repacker, so I don't have to provide a source NDC. Next section is marketing detail. Okay, so there are two options. One is active and one complete. Active means the product is on the market. Okay, complete meaning the market is no longer on the market. Right, so I'm going to select active, and then I have to provide a marketing start date. Marketing start date is the date that this product is on the market, okay? So I'm going to select October 2nd. Okay, next is marketing category, okay? Marketing category is what you're authorized for marketing this drugs, okay? So let's say I submit an OTC for this product. So I'm going to select OTC monograph not final, okay? And then you have to provide a citation number. So, all right. Okay, moving on to the next section. It is ingredient, okay? So in the red box, select add ingredient. Here you can add all the ingredients that associate with this drug, okay? So please pay attention, closely pay attention to this section, okay? You notice that the denominator is the first field here, and the strength come after. It's a little bit backward, okay? So let's say my strength is 70 milliliter. And then my total is going to be 100 milliliter. And then the type is going to be, you can see there are several options here, okay? You might need to get some help from your scientist or pharmacist who have a little bit of chemist background to figure this out if you're not sure, okay? So for this one, it's going to be active ingredient. Ingredient is based on strength, okay? And then my active moiety is going to be the same. Hold on, let me see what's the ingredient unique name is going to be alcohol. I know it's going to be a lot, so you just have to pick the one that for your product. So which one do I want here? I don't know. I'm just going to pick either one here, okay? And then my active moiety is going to be the same. Not all active moiety are the same, so just keep that in mind. Now that I have filled out everything, I'm going to say the ingredient. Now that you can see the alcohol has been added at one of the ingredients. So if you have multiple ingredients, you just follow the same process and add all the ingredients. The next section is the product image. My product is hand sanitizer, so it's not applied to this. So I'm just going to leave it blank. But normally, if you have a solid raw or dosage form, you will have you can upload the image file here. For characteristics, I'm going to add a color to my sanitizer. Value is going to be green. So I want to point out something for you here. So if you have a solid form, like tablet, oral, you're going to have to fill out the color, the safe, the score, the size, okay? If you don't, you will fail the validation, so keep that in mind, okay? Now I'm going to say now I have my characteristic color added. Okay, now moving on to the packaging section. So you can have more than one packet size. So for that reason, you have to provide a packet NDC. Okay. And for this one, the packet type is going to be, let's say, bottle. And for quantity, I'm just going to say 49. You need a measure, it's going to be ml. And you have to provide if this is a combination product or not. So this is not a combination product, so it's going to be type 0. Marketing status have to be active. Marketing start date is pre-populated, but you can change. Obviously, not all the package size have the same marketing start date. So now that I have filled out everything, I'm going to save the packet. Turn. Okay. So the last part of direct listing is include the content of label. Okay. Unfortunately, there is no way to add the content as a single PDF. Okay. You have to add it by each section. I mean, you can just follow the packaging listing that you have and add it section by section. Okay. So I'm going to show you how to add two sections. One is the warning section, and then the other one is packet label principal display panel. In that section, you're going to have to provide a labeling, like an image file. Okay. So to add a section, you're going to select add section, and then in the drop down, I'm going to select warning, and the effective date have to be the same as the marketing start date or after. It cannot be before. Okay. So that, and then this is where the text will go. And then when you're done, hit save. Now one section is added. Now I'm going to do the packet label principal display panel section. Effective day again, October 2nd. So you can choose the file of your image that you would like to upload. Okay, from here. So I have one that I want to show, and then select upload. Now my file is uploaded. Next, you want to put your cursor here and then click on insert an image. So this is where to put the image file to the section. And then just come up with name of test. Hit OK. Now I have inserted the image file, and then don't forget you have to hit save section. Now they have two sections added. You can also view it here. There you go. So as I had mentioned before, you can continue to fill the content of label section by section until you're done. Okay. When you finish, just hit the return button. It will take you back to the previous section. In this section, you have three options. First, submit SPL, which I don't recommend yet, and then save as a draft or save and validate. You want to do save and validate first before submit your SPL. The reason for that is the save and validate will check to see if you have any error. And if you do, you can go to that error and look at it and see what it is and fix it. Now, if you come back and the status is ready for submit, then you can go ahead and submit the SBL. So I'm just going to hit save and validate. Okay. You see, I got all kind of arrow here. So if you got an arrow, you just go to arrow, and it'll tell you what it is, and then you just go in there, and then they'll tell you what the error is. Okay. So this is conclude the live demonstration portion for this listing. In a summary, drug listing is important in many aspects. Listing allows FDA to maintain an inventory of all drugs commercially distributed in the U.S. And this information is used by the public and other institutions. It is important to have a standard operation procedure or system in place to verify the accuracy of the listing at least twice a year. One of our drug priorities as a group is to have a complete and accurate data, and we need your help to obtain that information. Next, I would like to go over some do and don't related to the drug listing. Restaurant must list all drugs they manufacture. Please check listing at a minimum every June and December for accuracy. Private label distributor or PLD may list their own drug, but make sure to use your own label code when listing your products. Include the complete supply chains under establishments. Also, inactive ingredients are now required in drug listing, but it can be marked as confidential. Please do not submit drug listing for non-drug with CDER. Also, don't make assumptions. Make sure you have a complete, accurate information on the drug before submit your drug listing. Don't omit data to pass automatic validations. Also, don't include multiple email addresses when you request for assistance. It will only delay your request. Here are some helpful links for your information: listing instruction, strain conversion, OTC active ingredient, federal regulation, and our email address. Challenge question number 1. True or false? A product listing can be listed without labeler code. You have 3 seconds to answer. If your answer is false, you are correct. Challenge question number 2. True or false? You are not required to provide supplement information in product listing. You have 3 seconds to answer. If your answer is false, you are correct. And this concludes my portion of presentation. Thank you. Hello once again, I am Troy Koo. In this brief presentation was developed in collaboration with FDA Office of Combination Products. To that end, in brief, the goal of this presentation is to help registrants submit accurate and compliant listing and can facilitate engagement with FDA. Combination products are a separate legal category of medical products. In 21st Century Cure Act, created duty to identify combination product when seeking an FDA action, and that identification can be accomplished at the packet level within the drug listing. What are the combination products? Well, there are 2 or more types of medical product combined together. It can include a drug and device, a biologic and device, and a drug and biologic, or even a drug device and biologic. Now, these combination products can be divided into 3 categories. A single entity combination product are chemically or physically combined, like a P-fill injector fill IV bag, or Trenamol system. A co-packet combination product are product in the same packet, like a first aid kit, a surgical kit, or even a toothbrush boxes with a toothpaste. Cross-labeling combination product are certain but separately distributed product for combined use, expressly related to each other through the label. Now it's important to remind you that combination products are distinct legal categories from the drug device and the biological products. So how can you tell if your product is a combination product? Well, you can visit the Office of Combination Product webpage, for example, of the definition of the different types. Factors to consider for whether your product qualifies as a combination product can include whether there's a components to the product that assist delivery or application. Is there an implant that holds the drugs? Are there associated electronics and or software? Are there moving parts or special line connectors? Is there anything that include in the packet that could sold separately as a device? Maybe there's information in the labeling or the product description that specifically refers to the device type or name. Maybe there's both drug and biologic in the product, for example, in the antibiotic drug conjugate. So it should be clear for recently approved NDA and ANDA. A sponsor must identify the combination product on the 356H. But if it is unclear, and particularly for the older approved products, or the product not subject to pre-market approval, feel free to contact the Office of Combination Product at combination@fda.gov. For the purpose of registration and listing, the co-packet product are considered kit. A kit can be a combination product. A co-packet product consists of at least one drug or biologic and one medical device, or of at least one drug and biologic in the same packet. Not all kits are combination products. A co-packet product consists only of multiple drugs, or at least one drug part co-packaged with a cosmetic or medical food. Not all combination products are kit. A single entity and cross-label combination product are not. When listing a combination product, identify the product as a combination product in the listing and provide information on all constituent parts, include device constituent parts. A single entity and a co-package must be listed with the lead center, CDER, CBER, or CDER. Cross-label must be listed with the lead center if constituent parts are approved under a single application. If constituent parts are separately authorized, they must be listed with the authorizing center. Lead center is the center that authorizes the marketing of the products. Here's a screenshot from the SBL website showing all the available SBL acceptable terms for combination product codes. Next, in this quick live demonstration, I will show you how to designate the product in the packet data entry. The steps are the same as if you're doing your normal listing, so I will not spend too much time on this. Okay, so product listing and certification, create new, and then you pick the document type, and then hit continue. You have to fill out all the requirement field in here, so I'm gonna bypass that and go to add products. So under dosage form, you want to select kit. Okay, the reason for that is it will give you the option to add your component here. Okay, so let's do the drug component first. So to do that, you click on add part. And again, you will have to fill out all the requirements field in here, okay? It's going to say drugs. And then it depends on, you know, the type of the product you're listing. You might have to fill out some of these, or you might not. So, and then under the packaging section, so this is where you would designate if it's a combination product or not. So under the combination product type, by default, type 0 is not a combination product. So you will have to select the option that fit your listing, okay? And then when you're done, just hit Save Packet. And then once you've done filling out everything in here, you can go ahead and save your part. Now that you have the drug component complete. Next, let's add a device, okay? So the only thing that you need to do in here is under marketing category. Again, it depends on what type of drug that you are listing. So I'm just going to do the exempt device, and then you have to provide the product classification. So you have to pick the option that will fit your listing, okay? And then once you're done, go ahead and hit save. Let me see here. I'm going to say device. Save part. Now I have a drug component and the device complete. So once you're done with everything, go ahead and save the product. And then if you're ready to submit, you can hit Save Validate, which will check the error, or you can go ahead and do the Submit SBL. And that's it. Next is a challenge question. When identifying a combination product in drug listing, what is type 0? A, not a combination product. B, a convenience kit of co-packet. C, a pre-filled drug delivery device or system. D, a pre-filled biologic delivery device or system. I will give you 3 seconds. If your answer is A, not a combination product, you are correct. This concludes my combination product presentation. I hope you found this presentation helpful. If you have any questions, you can email us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. Thank you.
Good morning. As you are learning to submit listing SBLs to FDA using CDER Direct, it is important to talk about strength conversion in drug listing, which is the source of many issues and incorrect data submission in the SBL. And in fact, we have session later this afternoon, which is a case study that focuses on this topic. After this presentation, you should be able to describe strength conversion in drug listing, provide dosage form examples of strength conversion in listing SPLs, and list potential consequences of incorrect strength conversion in listing SPLs. Under Section 510 of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, registration and listing, including the submission of updated information, shall be submitted to the Secretary by electronic means. Under 21 CFR 207-61, all information submitted under this part must be transmitted to FDA in electronic format by using our electronic drug registration and listing system in a form that we can process, review, and archive. An electronic format requires standardization and compatibility, in this case, compatibility with the SPL format. This applies to many of the required data in your submission, such as dosage form, route of administration, strength, unit of measure, active ingredient, and moiety, and labeling sections. The United States Pharmacopoeia has issued standards for expressing the strength for drugs and for biological products. In order to align with USB standards and FDA guidance documents and standardize the expression of active ingredients in drug SPLs, we have adopted a series of automated validation rules to allow for certain expressions. Strength of an active ingredient has to be included as a fraction or ratio, including a numerator and a denominator, regardless of the drug's dosage form. The listed active ingredient strength in SPL should align with the labeling, where the numerator reflects the weight or volume of the active ingredient, and the denominator reflects the weight or volume of the drug base or the time. An example of weight is milligram, an example of volume is milliliter, and an example of time is hour, and an example of each is tablet. The fields in CDER Direct include a numerator, which is the strength of the product, and the numerator unit, which should be the weight or volume unit of measure, the denominator strength, which is the weight or volume of drug base or time, and the denominator unit, which is the unit of measure for denominator strength, usually weight, volume, or time unit of measure, or each in the case of oral solid dosage forms. For an oral solid dosage form, as you can see in this example, the strength is included as the numerator with its unit of measure. So in this example, you will see that the numerator is included as 500 milligram of acetaminophen, and the unit of measure is expressed as milligram. Then you will have to include a denominator and its unit of measure. So in this case, because you are dealing with one tablet, the denominator's strength is 1 and the unit of measure is 1. For some other dosage forms, the strength of active ingredient is allowed to be expressed in percentage in labeling. Percentage cannot be included in an SPL format and must be converted into ratios. These ratios include weight per weight, weight per volume, volume per volume, or weight per time, and must include a value in the numerator and in the denominator, including the correct units of measure in order to pass the validation rules. While most dosage forms follow a weight per weight or weight per volume conversion, some exceptions are alcohol, medical gases, and water. In cases like alcohol, the value of density can fluctuate depending on the temperature. Active ingredient strength for transdermal and vaginal system also should be expressed in weight per time. An incorrect conversion of these values will lead to an incorrect strength included in the listing SPL. Here are some examples of the different dosage forms and their appropriate numerator and denominator units. So for oral solid dosage form, as we mentioned, you want to include it in the SPL as a weight per each value. For oral liquids, you can choose, and you should choose, the weight per volume. For topical cream or ointments, weight per weight. Transdermal systems, weight per time. Swabs, cloth, sponges that include alcohol, or volume per volume. One of the more complicated dosage forms is the injectable drugs. For injectable products that are solids intended to be constituted or reconstituted, the active ingredient strength in SPL should be listed as the amount per vial. For injectable products that are liquids, for example, solutions, suspensions, and emulsions, the active ingredient strength in SPL should be listed as the total amount per total volume. In example 1 on this slide, each vial contains 100 milligram of drug A lyophilized powder. In example 2, each vial contains 100 milligram of drug B in 20 ml of base or solution in the vial. In many of these submissions, if the strength data is entered incorrectly, no automated validation errors are generated, as there are no reference points which can be made to the labeling information. As I also mentioned previously, the strength data in SPL should align with strength in labeling, but depending on the dosage form, it doesn't always match 100%. If the data is entered incorrectly and an error message is not generated, the errors are later detected through our manual surveillance projects and a data compliance case is created. If not corrected by the firms, an error in the listing data submitted to the FDA can result in the removal of the incorrect data by FDA from public listing sites, as well as possible further actions such as untitled letters or warning letters. Using options A, B, C, or D, please take a few seconds to answer challenge question number 1. Which statement is correct? A, SPL automated validations detect any strength conversion error. Strength in SPL should always match strength in labeling. Strength in SPL should always align with strength in labeling. Or D, as long as the listing SPL is submitted and accepted by FDA, the strength calculation is done correctly. And as many of you answered, the answer is C. The strength in SPL should always align with strength in labeling. For challenge question number 2, answer this question: which dosage forms can be expressed in weight per volume in a listing SPL? Topical gels, medical gases, inhalation powder, for example, a dry powder inhaler, or ophthalmic solutions or suspensions. The correct answer would be D. So for topical gels, they are converted to a weight by weight volume. Medical gases, similar to alcohol, as I mentioned previously, are expressed in volume per volume. And inhalations can be different. An inhalation powder should be expressed in weight per each, like the example here. But an inhalation liquid that is not non-metered, for example, inhalation solution in an ampule or vial, is expressed in weight per volume. Here's a link of some of the resources that you can use to learn more about strength conversion. We have a page on our compliance, eDRLS compliance page that talks about strength conversion in drug listing, and there are several other resources that can be useful in your submissions. Thanks for your attention. I now invite you to listen to the rest of this session about listing updates and no change certification.
Good morning. My name is Yogesh Paruthi, and I'm a Consumer Safety Officer in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch within OUDLC at FDA. Today, I want to talk about listing updates and delisting. In my presentation today, we will go over who must update drug listings and when, what information must be submitted when updating drug listing information, who must delist a product and when, how to delist and update drug listing information using CDER Direct. And we will finish our presentation with the challenge question. After participating in this session, attendees should be able to describe the drug listings requirements. They should be able to identify who needs to update drug listings and when. They should also be able to identify who needs to delist and when. So who must update drug listings and when? Under 21 CFR 207.57b, each registrant must review and update their drug listing information no later than June and December of each year. Also, under 21 CFR 207.57c, registrants are encouraged to update listing information at the time of any change affecting information previously submitted. What information must be submitted when updating drug listing information? Under 21 CFR 207.57, each registrant must provide drug listing information for any drug manufactured, repacked, relabeled, or salvaged that has not been previously submitted. They should also submit the date and establishment discontinued the manufacturing, repacking, labeling, or salvaging of the listed drug and provide the expiration date of the last lot, manufactured, repacked, relabeled, or salvaged. They should also submit any material changes to any information previously submitted. They should also submit the date and establishment, resume the manufacturing, repacking, or relabeling a drug previously discontinued. Now, who must delist a product and when? Under 21 CFR 207.57 B2, each registrant must delist their products when the product is no longer in U.S. commercial distribution. For any foreign manufacturers, importation is commercial distribution. They should do that by submitting the drug's marketing end date. This date should be the expiration date of the last lot manufactured or distributed. Now, in this presentation, we will go over a live demo that will show us how to delist and update drug listing information using CDER Direct. Please note, for this live demonstration, I will use a pre-production environment and not a live environment. So some of the features may look a little different. Now, to start this live demo, we will log into our CDER Direct account. Once you are logged into CDER Direct, please select Product Listing and Certification from the submission type. This will open a new window containing all your listing. Now, please select the most recent submission accepted SPL of the product that you would like to either delist or update. Once you have identified the SPL, simply click on it and select Create New Version. This will open a new window, and in my demonstration today, we will use this draft. This has all the information related to your product listing. It has document type, set ID, root ID, effective date. It also has information about your labeler and the establishment and the products. Now, you would simply click on this pencil icon, and this will give you all the details about your product: NDC, dosage form, any DEA schedule if it's a control. Now, to delist your product, you would simply drop down and select this option as completed. And you can enter a date of your choice that you would like to delist the product, and simply click on Save and submit the SPL. From here, you can also update your listing information. If you're adding any ingredients, or if you're removing any ingredients from here, or if you're adding any sort of packaging or removing any additional packaging from your listing. Or you could also change the establishment from here. You would simply click on Save and then submit your SPL. Now that we have reviewed the listing updates and delisting requirements, let's see what we remember from today's presentation. Challenge question. How often must a registrant review and update their drug listing information? A, once a year, B, every month, C, never, or D, June and December each year? If you guessed June and December each year, you are correct. I hope this section helped review drug listing and delisting requirements. Questions will be answered in our live Q&A segment at the end of this session. And to contact the Drug Registration and Listing Branch, please send us an email at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. Thank you.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. My name is Vikas Arora, and I'm a Consumer Safety Officer with the Drug Registration and Listing Branch. And today I'm going to go over Blanket No Change Certification. Here are the learning objectives for this presentation. We're going to describe the listing certification requirements. We're going to identify who needs to certify. And then we're going to go into a brief demonstration in CDER Direct. So what are the listing certification requirements? Each drug not initially listed or updated during the calendar year must be updated or certified that the data has not changed since the last update. This can be done with a blanket no change certification SPL. This is available during the annual drug listing certification window, which is from October 1st to December 31st each year. Blanket no change certification SPLs will only be accepted during this time period. Outside of that annual certification window, an update of the drug listing SPL submission for each NDC is required for certification. For those drug listings that have received an updated SPL during the current calendar year, they are considered up to date and do not require a blanket no change certification. At the end of the annual certification window, drug listings that have not been certified will be considered expired and may be inactivated and removed from the NDC directory and subsequently DailyMed. The only way to restore these listings is to submit an updated full product listing SPL using the same set ID. So who needs to certify? Certification of drug listings is the responsibility of all registered establishments. That being said, they may have authorized agents that can submit SPLs on their behalf. This includes private label distributors, vendors, and U.S. agents. So now I'm going to go into a brief demonstration of blanket no change certification in CDER Direct. In order to begin the blanket no change certification process, you're first going to log into your CDER Direct account. Then on the left-hand side under Submissions, you're going to find the Product Listing and Certification tab. You're going to click on that. Once that appears on the right side, you're going to click on Create New Upload File. Here you're going to see two radio buttons appear. You're going to click on Create a New Product Listing or Certification using a blank form. Below, you're going to see the different SPL document types populate. You're going to click the drop-down and click on Blanket No Change Certification of Product Listing and click on Continue. Please see this note in red up top, indicating that this Blanket No Change certification is only intended to certify drug listings only. It does not affect the establishment registration nor renew the establishment registration. The first section is the header section, and it's automatically populated with the set ID, the root ID, the version number, and the effective date. You scroll down to the next section, the authorized agent details. Here is general information you can add about the agent. If you ever need more detail about what each section is looking for, you can click on the underlined heading, and a pop-up box will appear with an explanation. In this case, the information is the same as the CDER account details. If that's true, you can click this checkbox here, and the information will automatically populate. Otherwise, you may enter the information manually if the information is different. Next, we come down to the labeler section. You click on Add Labeler and enter in the labeler code of the company whose product you want to certify. So in this case, I'm going to add in a labeler code for 55555. Click Add. The labeler code and the associated information will now appear here. And with that, we will also see the establishment information below. We see this here because my product listing file associated with this labeler code has this establishment listed in the establishment section of the product listing. If this establishment was marked as confidential,
This would not appear here unless the establishment was listed as part of the listing created from your own CDER Direct account. If that product listing was not created via your own CDER Direct account, then you would have to manually add in the establishment because it will not appear. In that case, you click on Add Establishment here, and you would add in the establishment DUNS of the firm's drug products you would want to certify. In this case, our establishment appears. Okay. Then when looking to see the populated drugs, sometimes users immediately click on Show Products. And when they do that, they do not see any drug listings, and they contact us saying that the form is not working and why none of their products are appearing. What you have to do is to go back, scroll down here, you have to click on the establishment associated with the labeler, and then click Show Products. Then you will see all the products associated with that establishment. Here you will see all the products listed by NDC. We can see here that we can click on some checkboxes and not others. This is due to the status of these NDCs. All the different possibilities for the status are listed up top and defined, so please make sure to read these carefully. If the status is uncertified, it has a check mark and it's available to be certified for the next calendar year. As you can see here, the NDC with the product code 333 does not have a check mark available. In this case, the status is inactivated, which means that the listing data has been inactivated by the FDA and cannot be certified through a blanket no-change certification request. In this case, an updated SPL must be manually provided for that specific NDC to update the status to current. After that is submitted and accepted, a blanket no-change certification is no longer needed for that NDC because it will now be certified and current. Another common status that comes up is validation errors. As the definition states, the SPL file does not conform to the current validation procedures. In this case, a new SPL will need to be submitted to address those validation errors. Once that SPL is submitted and accepted, similarly, a blanket no-change certification request is no longer needed for that specific NDC because it will now be certified and current. If any of the statuses here appear as current, there will also be no checkboxes here because the listing was revised, submitted, and certified during the current calendar year, not requiring an additional blanket no-change certification during the annual certification period. So now I'm going to click on this box here to click on all the available checkboxes. And once they're checked, I'm going to click on Save and Update. When I scroll down, all the products now appear under products included in submission down below. Then you scroll up, you're going to click on Save and Validate to save your updated SPL as well as to make sure all your validations have passed. Then you're going to click on Submit SPL. And that's it. Once the submission has been accepted on this home landing page, you are done certifying your products.
Now we're going to go over a few challenge questions. So challenge question number 1, true or false? Blanket no change certifications can be completed at any time of year. And this is, of course, false. Blanket no change certifications can only be completed during the annual certification period from October 1st to December 31st each year. Challenge question number 2, true or false? Private label distributors can act as authorized agents on behalf of the establishment for a PLD's drug listing and certification requirements. And this is, of course, true. So in summary, during the calendar year, drug listings must be updated via a new SPL submission or certified through a blanket no change certification, certifying that the data has not changed since the last update. If the annual certification window has passed, a new SPL submission is required in order to certify a listing. Please keep your drug listings current. Thank you all for your attention, and now I'd like to pass the presentation to my colleague.
Thanks for all the great presentations. Moving into our final presentation before the first Q&A panel, we'll learn about 503B registration and product reporting using CDER Direct. Our presenter is Oscar Batista, Senior Advisor, Office of Compounding Quality and Compliance, Office of Compliance, CDER. Please join me to welcome Oscar Batista.
Hello, we will go over the CDER Direct submission for your registration and human compounded drug label. First, you will click on Establishment Registration at the first screen. Note, in the top left, you have the Home button. That will usually tell you where you are on the menu level. You will need to create a new or upload a file. We will be creating a new submission for establishment registration. You will click on the radio button to create a new establishment registration and then continue. You will insert all the registrant details, including registrant name and DUNS number and contact information. That information will be pre-populated in the future in other screens. When you select Add Establishment, it will likely ask you to make sure that you select the document type. In this case, it will be Establishment Registration. Then you will be able to provide business operation and their qualifiers. If you select under the establishment contact details, same as registrant contact details as the establishment details, the business operation will become not available, and then you can add a business operation to select your qualifiers. In this case, it will be Human Drug Compounding Outsourcing Facility with an intent to compound drug shortage drugs, compounding from bulk ingredients, and compounding sterile products. Then you should be able to save the establishment information. When you see the squiggly line in the center of the screen, that means that the screen will be much longer than this screen permits, and it is abbreviated for the purpose of the presentation. Now you can click on Save and Validate once you have the establishment registration document type, and attempt to submit the SPL. Clicking on Save and Validate does not necessarily submit the SPL for you. You can save it as a draft if you intend to submit it later, but saving and validating is a good idea to see if any information will not pass validation. Notice at the center bottom of the screen, the establishment FEI information is blank. If you need an FEI and you do not have one, you may contact your FDA local district office and they can help you. When the SPL has been submitted, you will return to this screen, and this screen is showing you in orange that it has been submitted and it is pending validation. The status will be validation in progress. You will not have a submission ID. You will see that submission ID once the validation is successful. Once the registration is successful, you should be able to now select Product Listing and Certification. Click on Product Listing and Certification and you will be able to create a new report. You will then click on the radio button for Create a New Product Listing or Certification. Remember that the dashed underline means that you can get additional information if you click on that term, and the red asterisks mean that it is a mandatory field. So you must select a document type, an SPL document type. In this case, it will be human compounded drug label, before you can select Continue. At any point in time, you can save a draft of what you're working on. In this case, you first need to select a reporting period before you can click on Saving as a Draft. The reporting period currently will be one of the selections available in the pull-down menu. Now you will need to enter labeler details. You can then add an establishment. And if you have products to report, you can select Yes, where it asks, do you have any products to report? When you are entering the establishment details, the business operation is defaulted to Human Drug Compounding Outsourcing Facility. You've entered your establishment name and DUNS number, and then you can save the establishment and be returned to the prior screen to add products. Now we can start adding the products one by one. In this case, we will add one product. You click on Add Product. Remember, anything with a red asterisk is required. Anything without is not required, but recommended, especially when it comes to the NDC product code. You may enter your assigned compounded drug NDC product code. Enter a proprietary name. You may also enter the non-proprietary name. It will be required. You will need to select a dosage from a pull-down menu. Then you will need to select a route of administration and move it from the left box into the right box. In this case, it will be an injection for perineural administration. You will then also be required to select a marketing category. There are currently 2 marketing categories available. One is for the products that you do distribute, and one is for the products that you do not distribute or do not market. In this case, we'll be selecting the product that we do distribute, outsourcing facility compounded human drug product, parentheses exempt from approval requirements. Now we're ready to add an ingredient. Here there are quite a few information needed. Your denominator strength, the unit of measure, the type of active ingredient that you will be using, the ingredient name. For the ingredient uni name, you can start to type the name of the ingredient and you will be provided with a list to select from. If you have the Unicode, you can also type that. The strength of the ingredient and its unit of measure. You will also need to select an active moiety unless it is the same as the ingredient. The reference ingredient becomes available when you select a type where the reference ingredient is the basis for strength. You can also then enter your source NDC code for the bulk drug substance. Here are some helpful hints. You may also add inactive ingredients as well as ingredients that are drugs and that you're using as an active ingredient that is sourced from a dietary supplement. It is still considered an active drug ingredient when you use it in the compounded drug. Now you are, for example, going to select an ingredient that is a dietary supplement. This is an alternative to the active ingredient, which is not normally considered also a dietary supplement. In this case, you can start entering the name or the Unicode. We'll be selecting cyanocobalamin. You may enter strength and you may enter units of measure, although they will not be required. If you have source NDC manufacturer details for this dietary supplement ingredient that is being used as an active ingredient in your drug, you may enter it with the source NDC, manufacturer DUNS, or manufacturer name. If you don't have that information, you will have the option to check off that you do not have that information. Now that we have the active ingredient, we can add package information. An NDC code can point you to many different types of products. Each strength is a different NDC. And when you create a product, you can save it and return to the main screen to add other products that use the same ingredient but have different strength and formulation. Now we can add a single level package. You may assign a package NDC. We will need the package type, the quantity, the unit of measure, and how many individual units were made with this particular presentation. You can then click on an outer package, adding an outer package when there is multi-level packaging. We will show that next. When you add an outer level package, the first level that you entered will become innermost, and you are now adding an outermost level. You will provide your designated package NDC, the package type used. Normally, the outermost package quantity should be 1. The unit of measure is the unit of measure that you're using for all the products. And then you can say how many units of individual products were produced. So in this case, it would be the total number of syringes that you are reporting for that period. You can, now that the information was submitted, you can save and validate or save as a draft. Again, saving and validating does not submit your SPL. You must click on Submit SPL in order for the saved product to be submitted for validation and for any feedback that we may have. Once it has been submitted, you will have a submission ID. Once the validation has completed, when the validation is pending, the status will say validation in progress. If the status validation failure shows up, then you will need to correct the errors and resubmit the SPL. You can find information about active moiety names and their associated unis at the green link. And you can also find corresponding information of active moieties to listed active ingredient. You can download that file by clicking on the purple link. Now you would be ready to submit content of labeling. That is a compounded product label that you may be affixing to your product. You can create one using the editor. Once you save the section, you can upload an image. JPEG files only, please. Once you upload it, it will become available, and you can then click on this icon that has a little picture to upload an image into the content of labeling. The pop-up window will request a name from the images uploaded below and the accompanying text. When you successfully insert an image, the referenced no will turn to yes. That means the image has been accepted. You will need to select the type of section and the effective date for that labeling, and then click on Apply to save the content of labeling before you return to the main screen. Otherwise, it will not be saved. Once you have submitted all the content of labeling information, you may save it as a draft, and then you can safely submit the SPL by clicking on the Submit SPL button. Where do we get more information? You can log on to CDER Direct at direct.fda.gov. Make sure you're using a compatible browser. You can obtain help at cderdirect@fda.hhs.gov or by contacting the compounding desk at compounding@fda.hhs.gov. Thank you.
Thank you all for the wonderful presentations and demonstrations. We'll now enter our first Q&A panel. As a reminder, if you haven't had a chance to enter your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. As a special note, we cannot address company-specific questions and try to cover as many general questions as we can. Specific cases can be sent to our general mailbox for assistance, and that email address is eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. Please be patient with us in receiving a response from FDA, because typically after the workshop there is an influx of inquiries coming into our mailbox. The Drug Registration and Listing Branch will do its best to provide a response in a timely manner. Looks like we have some questions coming in right now. The first group of questions will be directed to Reggie Samuel. And here is the first question for Reggie Samuel. Are drug excipient manufacturers required to register with FDA?
To the CFR, CFR 207.13. Our exemptions are mentioned in CFR 207.13, and there it does state that manufacturers, repackers, and relabelers of harmless inactive ingredients such as excipients, colorings, flavorings, emulsifiers, lubricants, preservatives, or solvents that become components of drugs are exempted from registration and listing requirements. Again, that's in 21 CFR 207.13.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question for Reggie Samuel is the following. Will the use of pragmatic structured product labeling editor followed by the submission via the ESG still be possible, or should we transition to CDER Direct? And if yes, what would be the implementation date?
So CDER Direct is basically an alternative to being able to use X forms, which then uses ESG to submit the SPL. So if you're choosing to use CDER Direct and previously you had used X forms or some other SPL authoring tool in order to create your SPLs, you can import those accepted created SPLs into CDER Direct and simply start using CDER Direct beginning today by importing those SPLs into CDER Direct. if you had a third party that was submitting your SPLs on your behalf previously, you can get those particular SPLs from your third party consultant and transfer them, import them into CDER Direct, and begin using CDER Direct to manage your SPL submissions yourself in CDER Direct. So once again, you can choose to either use CDER Direct or you can continue to use another authoring tool, but CDER Direct is one of those options which you find to be, many people find user-friendly.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question is, what if the establishment has two buildings in close proximity, but two different street addresses? How do we handle that?
Great question. So what ends up happening is if you have, since any establishment that is going to be registered has to have a DUNS number, you would first go to Dun & Bradstreet, and they will then determine what the DUNS numbers are going to be for that particular establishment location. Generally, if there's two different addresses, you will get two different DUNS numbers, but that's going to be determined by Dun & Bradstreet. When you then register as an establishment with those DUNS numbers, the FEI, or the Facility Establishment Identifier, that will be assigned by the FDA District Monitor, they will determine whether that particular those buildings that are very in close proximity will have the same FEI number or a different FEI number for inspection purposes. But you would be notified of what that FEI would be. So you could have two different DUNS numbers for those locations, yet be under one FEI number. But again, that DUNS number is going to be determined by Dun & Bradstreet, and the FEI by the FDA District Monitor.
Thank you for responding to that question. You have just a couple more in this round, and here's the next question. There are several DUNS lookup tools that don't always match each other. Which one is the correct lookup tool to ensure that the establishment registration does not fail validation?
Yeah, so when it comes to your Dun & Bradstreet information with the FDA, the website you're going to want to access if you want to make an update to your DUNS number, or you want to check what information is there in the Dun & Bradstreet database, is importregistration.dnb.com. That's importregistration.dnb.com. There you'll be able to sign up and enter an email address and be able to then make changes to your DUNS number or see what's there and communicate with Dun & Bradstreet regarding your DUNS information. One thing I did want to note, I know I saw a question I want to cover, is that in CDER Direct, when you click on Submit SPL, it also does do the validation process as well. It'll validate it and submit it. And if it has any errors, when you submit it, it will then tell you what those errors are, similar to clicking on Save and Validate. So Save and Validate just saves the draft in your CDER Direct account and then validates it and tells you what errors are there. Submit SPL will do those same exact things, but also try to submit to FDA. So if it did pass validation, it would get through directly to our system. I want to make that clarification. I saw a lot of questions come in regarding that.
Thank you for responding to that question. One last question in this round for Reggie Samuel, and here is the question. If a company has been managing submissions through the ESG, can listing info be imported or accessed through CDER Direct, or would a new submission from scratch have to be generated to start managing through this system instead?
So the great news for you, whoever had asked that question, and those that are wondering, is that no, you don't have to start from scratch. If you obtain that SPL document, that already created SPL document, you can import it into CDER Direct by, when you access it, you go to Create New /Upload File, and then click on the radio button for Import an existing SPL document. And then it would allow you to then simply update the information in that SPL and submit it
by pre-populating the fields for you that have already been submitted in the prior submission. So you can get started today if you have the SPL document. For some establishment registrations, if you don't have the previous document and you want to start managing that SPL on your own via your own CDER Direct account, you can send us an email and we can provide that SPL document for you so you can start managing it on your own.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a few questions that came in for Lieutenant Commander Sujin Park, and here's the first question for Commander Park. Our CDER Direct homepage does not have the NDC labeler code request section in the submission section. How do we deal with this?
Okay, so if you are missing the NDC labeler code request option, you would need to log into your CDER Direct, and then you go to the under management account, go to edit user profile. From there, you can scroll down to form access. It's all the way on the bottom, and make sure you check off NDC labeler code request option. Then click the submit button, and you should have access to that SPL for submission.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions for Commander Park, and here's the next question. How do you make a change in company name from CO to LLC?
Okay, great question. So in order to make actually any changes to your initial labeler code request submission, once again, you log into your CDER Direct account, and you would need to open the accepted labeler code request SPL submission. And once you have access to that SPL, first thing you must do is create a new version. Then you can make changes as needed, whether it's changing the name of the company or the contact details, and then you can submit that SPL.
Thank you for responding to that question. Just a couple more questions in this round for Commander Park, and here's the next question. If a firm distributes both prescription and non-prescription drugs, should they request two separate labeler codes?
Answer is no. Regardless of different types of drugs manufactured or distributed by a firm, you should not request for more than one labeler code. However, a company may have more than one labeler code assigned in the case of mergers and acquisitions, or if a company actually runs out of all available product codes assigned under that labeler code.
And our final question this round for Commander Park is the following. Can a U.S. agent apply for a labeler code on behalf of a foreign company?
Yes, a U.S. agent can apply for a labeler code on behalf of a foreign company. Labeler code requests, SPL, can be submitted by really anyone. So it's more of a business decision. If a foreign entity has an agreement with its U.S. agent to do the submission on their behalf, then that is completely acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist. A few questions came in from Laurie Simons, and here is the first question. Will FDA ask for a copy of the label or other information before assigning the labeler code?
That's a great question. The FDA would ask for any information in reference to your labeler code request that might assist us in determining if you should be assigned a labeler code or not. So that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Got a few more questions for Laurie Simons, and here's the next question. Please confirm a parent company can use the same labeler code for subsidiaries. Is this correct thinking?
Yes, so the same labeler code can be used for multiple sites if they're under one company, like the parent, a subsidiary, or another affiliate. Just remember that the labeler is usually for the company that owns the brand, and most likely associated with the code. And I think this was mentioned earlier as well, but if the company has multiple sites, then yes, each site has its own DUNS and FEI number, as we know, but they can operate under the same labeler code. So just as Reggie mentioned, the DUNS and FEI are site-specific, and then the labeler codes are company-specific. Great question, thanks.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question is the following. For mergers and acquisitions, what is the expected timing to change NDCs and labeling under the decided labeler code?
So for this one, it sort of depends. Mergers and acquisitions can have their own unique circumstances. I know I had mentioned earlier in the presentation an example that if a labeler code can be acquired, or if only all the products are acquired, or if the previous labeler no longer uses that labeler code for its own drug listing, then the labeler code SPL has to be updated to reflect that new information, like the name and the address, within 30 days of the acquisition. Then, of course, the drug listing files must also be updated with the new labeler name and labeling information. Labeler information. So that piece actually falls under the required listing updates every June and December. So hopefully that clears things up. Thanks.
Thank you for responding. And one final question for Laurie Simons in this round. How do I know when to apply for a labeler code? I do apologize. I'm not able to hear you, Laurie Simons. So we're going to go on to the next panelist and have our tech team check in with you. And we do have a few questions coming in for Pui Huber. And here is the first question for Pui. Is it still possible to submit drug listings, establishment registrations via the gateway?
Hello, hi. Yes, that's a great question. Yes, it certainly is. If you are using any tools outside of CDER Direct to create your SPL for both registration and listing, you have to submit it through the gateway. But if there are any errors or help with your gateway or ESG account, you will have to email the ESG help desk, which is esghelpdesk@fda.hhs.gov.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have a couple more questions for Pui Huber, and here is the next question. If I do not click on validate, but directly on submission button, will the SPL file go through validation anyway and give me an error in case there are mistakes? And in that case, can I correct it and then submit again?
Yes, I think there were a lot of questions regarding the save and validate, as Reggie mentioned earlier. So if you decide to submit the SPL file without, opting to save and validate first, yes, the SPL will automatically, go through the validation. And if there are any errors or discrepancies with your SPL, there will be an email notification submitted to you to let you know your submission did not pass validation. And also within your CDER Direct portal, you will find the status of your SPL will show that there's an error. And you can go back in, correct anything that needs to be corrected and then submit again. But from our advice is that, to minimize any delays or any issues, we suggest that you always use the save and validate option before you actually submit your SPL.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions for Pui Huber. And here is the next question. What if I have to update the labeler code information, but I have no SPL because it's a very old request? It's in paper. what do I do?
Right, so anything that was in paper format, labeler code that was assigned in the paper format, you have to still submit the document type NDC labeler code request. Once you submit that to us, we suggest that you email us to let us know that you are looking to get the original labeler code, so we can ensure that the original paper assigned labeler code is assigned to you. So the process is the same. Submit a labeler code request file, and please shoot us an email to make sure that the paper assigned code gets to you.
Thank you for responding to that question. I have one more question this round for Puy Huber, and here is the next question. There are only 2 submission options in the new labeler code request submission: that the new labeler code request and removing the labeler code. If the firm wants to change the U.S. agent, what submission type is required?
This is a very good question, because yes, there are only 2 document types associated with a labeler code request, which is NDC labeler code request and labeler code inactivation. So for any changes, to update any specific details associated with your labeler code, address, email address, or the U.S. agent, you will have to use the document type NDC labeler code request. And from there, you're going to access the last accepted labeler code request and make sure you select the option create new version. Until you do this, the labeler code field will not give you the ability to create any updates. So click on create new version. You will enter any changes, including the U.S. agent information. And after, if everything looks good, you can just simply submit the SPL.
Thank you for responding to that questions. And we're going to move on to our next panelist. We have a few questions that came in for Troy Koo, and here's the first question. Is an SPL for a label update the same as an SPL for the drug listing, or does it have to be separate?
The answer is absolutely not, because it's 2 separate SPL files. You will have to submit them individually for the update.
Thank you for responding to that question. I've got a few more questions for Troy Koo. Here's the next question. When and where can we include importer information in the drug listing SPL? Importer information, is it mandatory?
Good question. So this is a 2-part question. So the first part is when and where to include import information. It has to be done in the established registration SPL. Okay, so the second part is import information is mandatory. You notice that the importer option only available if it's not manufactured in the U.S. Therefore, if you have a product that's coming in the U.S., you're going to want to provide information. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got one more question for Troy Koo in this round. And here's the question. Do you need a labeler code to list your product?
Absolutely. You're going to have a label code for any listing.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a few questions that came in for Leila Raju-Esfandari. And here is the first question. Does one need to register nutritional supplements?
So I believe by nutritional supplements, they mean something like a dietary supplement or medical food that are not considered drugs. those products are under jurisdiction of CEFSAN, and if there are any registration on the listing requirements, I believe something might be coming up for dietary supplements that is under CEFSAN's jurisdiction. You do not register or list with CDER if your only manufacturing and distributing activity covers basically non-drug products such as medical food or dietary supplements. In fact, assigning an NDC to a non-drug product can make that product misbranded under 20777.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have a few more questions came in for Leila Raju-Esfandiari, and here is the next question. Should we start generating 12 digits NDCs from October 23 for ANDA submissions?
No, please note that this 12-digit NDC format is still a proposed rule. So after it's finalized, and if that is the direction that we will all be going to, there will be an effective date that will be announced in the final rule. Please just stay tuned for a very good presentation later this afternoon on this topic.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question for Leila Raju-Esfandiari is the following. Can the MOCRA listing be done from the current CDER Direct account which we use for OTCs?
So that's a good question. It refers to MOCRA requirements for cosmetics, upcoming cosmetics registration and listing, which I believe in the past was voluntarily, but now it's mandatory coming soon. I'm not going to speak to compliance dates and the details of registration and listing requirements under MOCRA, but this gives me the opportunity to basically announce that CDER Direct will have a new look and will have a separate platform which is going to be called Cosmetics Direct, and will start accepting registration listing information for cosmetics product.
Thank you for responding to that question. I've got a couple more questions for Leila Raju-Esfandiari, and this one deals with the OTC products. And here's the question. The new requirement message, and it's referencing the message from FDA on the 14th of September, to updating marketing category and application number fields for OTC monograph drugs. In other words, replacing OTC monograph final and OTC monograph not final with the single term OTC monograph drug. If the product was updated in 2023, when is it required to update the marketing category?
So another great question and very timely. This announcement was sent to all registrants in our database on September 14, as mentioned. With full disclosure that I'm not an OTC subject matter expert, and we're just handling the listing part of the changes coming up. The marketing categories that included OTC monograph final and not final, those two marketing categories are going to be retired starting October 1st, and a new marketing category that is OTC monograph drug is replacing those two. So there will be a new category, and then you need to include the new monograph IDs. Please refer to, instead of the CFR citations, those are all going away. So please refer to the details of that letter that was sent out on September 14. That includes a lot of good information and also some helpful links that you can use to find appropriate monograph IDs for your drug listings. I will also add that we had many questions, and I'm sorry we cannot answer each and every question here, but it is important to know because your listing certification period is starting. You are not required to update that data for your OTC drug listings when you use the certification option starting October 1st to December 31st. For any new or updated drug listing, your information will fail validation if you use the older marketing categories or CFR citations. But we want to enable you to take the time to update your systems and send us the information. Obviously, we request that that information is sent as soon as possible, but we are not requiring in this renewal period for you to update each and every OTC drug listing to include the new marketing category and monograph IDs.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question in this round, and here's the question. For PDUFA products, is the marketing start date the PDUFA approval date?
So one thing to consider is that whether if it's PDUFA or GDUFA or any other approval mechanism for a drug, the approval is independent than marketing. So drug listing is starts with commercial distribution of your drug. So if your drug is approved and for some reason you delay marketing of the product for a number of weeks or months for business reasons, that is up to you. So from a drug listing requirement, you're not required to submit your drug listing with that start marketing date until you actually start marketing the product. We understand that there are requirements for labeling submission per your approval letter to submit approved labeling within 14 days in structured labeling format. And that is only done through your drug listing. So there is a little trick part here. In order for you to comply with both of those things, our recommendation is that you do submit your drug listing, including your approved labeling, within 14 days of approval per the approval letter, but then include a future start marketing date that corresponds to the date that you intend to start commercial distribution. If that date changes for any reason, then you can go ahead and update it. And the data will not be published until it reaches that start marketing date.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist. Got a few questions that came in for Yogesh Paruthi. And here is the first question. Where do you submit the date you stopped manufacturing?
That is a great question. So you basically do not enter a date in which you stopped manufacturing per se. The date you enter in the marketing end date is the last lot expiration date. But it is helpful to the FDA that you submit that information as soon as you stop manufacturing or distributing, because your submission date can align with the date you stop manufacturing or distributing. It shows the FDA intent to discontinue a drug with a future marketing date. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Got one more question here for Yogesh Paruthi. 1 second, I'm waiting on my document to reload while we get to that question. And here is the question. How often must a registrant review and update their drug listing information?
Thank you for this question. So information has to be updated every June and December of each year. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist. Got a few questions that came in from Vikas Arora. Vikas? And here is the first question. If we had a third party create our SPL for us and we submitted to OC through the ASG, does the third party have to list the blanket no changes, or can I do this through CDER Direct?
Thank you for that question. Yes, the third party can do the blanket no change certification, but you can also do the blanket no change certification through a different account in CDER Direct. But when you do the blanket no change certification, you may not automatically see the listings. In this case, you'll have to manually add in these listings on the show products page by clicking on the add product NDC red tab in the top right-hand corner. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got another question that came in for Vicons, and here is the question. Each year we submit a blanket no change certificate notification. Set ID will be new. Will the set ID be new each time? Also, will the version number always be 1?
Thank you for that question. Yes, the set ID will automatically be set and will be different every year, and the version number will always be set as 1. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist. Got a few questions that came in for Oscar Bautista. And here is the first question. I received a submission failed error when product reporting. I cannot seem to fix it myself. What information should I submit when requesting help?
Thank you for the question. You can send us an email and include the core ID, submission ID, which is also called submit ID, which are identifiers of the submission that begin with the letters C as in Charlie, I as in India, or C as in Charlie and D as in Delta, along with either a screen capture or the errors listed. The questions can come in either to CDER Direct at fda.hhs.gov or to compounding@fda.hhs.gov. Please double check on the CDER Direct help email. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question for Oscar Bautista, and here's the question. What happens if I just registered, but my initial reporting spans over 2 reporting periods? How do I handle that?
Okay, so this is about outsourcing facilities that report with FDA under Section 503. When CDER Direct receives your registration and then you try to submit your reporting, it's going to ask, per the requirements in the statute, to report the last 6 months of compounding at your facility. And sometimes you started compounding, let's say, in the middle of a reporting period, and your registration date is a little later. You will be able to, in CDER Direct, it will split the report and ask you to provide separate quantities for products compounded in each period. So you should be able to identify the products, the quantity that was compounded in one period, and then the quantity that was compounded in the following period. You will still need to submit another report, which is the report that you submit twice a year for a full compounding period. But CDER Direct will handle the reporting that needs to be split for when your registration is in the middle of a reporting period. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a question that just came in for Leila Raju Isfandiari, and it's the following. Can anyone submit registration or listing data or request an LC on behalf of the company?
Thanks, Ray. So although technically anyone can create any submission and send it to FDA using CDER Direct on behalf of other companies, it is legally restricted that only the authorized person can do that. And that would be someone from the company or its U.S. agent if it is a foreign manufacturer or distributor. Obviously, there are vendors that are hired in some cases that can send those on behalf of the company. So they must work with the company to assume correct information is submitted to FDA. Anyone that is in charge of registration and listing submission is assuming responsibility to submit correct information, complete information to FDA. We have had cases where companies or individuals registered, listed, or requested labeler codes on behalf of other companies without their authorization, and that is legally not allowed. And there might be some legal actions against those individuals if they were not authorized to do so.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have just a little over 1 minute left, and this will be our final question. And it is addressed to Leila Raju Isfandiari. And here is the question. How do you determine the lead center?
So I believe that question is in reference to our combination product presentation, and obviously combination products include products that are under different centers' jurisdiction. And in order to find out which center has the lead, if you have any questions, and if your product is a combination product, then you will have to contact Office of Combination Products to make that determination for you.
Well, that's all the time we have for questions in this panel. A huge thank you to our speakers and panelists for answering numerous questions that came in for our audience and providing numerous demonstrations. We'll now enter into our lunch break until 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back from the lunch break. We do have a few housekeeping notes and reminders to get us started. This activity is eligible for an attendance certificate which supports continuing education by SOCRA, RAPS, SQA, and ACRP. Please refer to our website at fda.gov/CDER for more details. You'll be able to obtain the attendance certificate only upon completion of the survey, which will remain open for 2 weeks. Remember, that's October the 12th. Please remember to download the certificate immediately upon completing the survey. It cannot be retrieved after the fact. Let us know your comments and feedback via the survey. This will help guide the design of our future events. To summarize, for our physicians, pharmacists, and nurses claiming the 6.5 continuing education credits, attendees have 14 days from the last day of the activity to log in, complete the required CE evaluations, and attest to attendance to claim credit. So be sure and complete the CE session evaluation on or before October the 12th. As a reminder, the email we send to attendees later today will have information on both the CE claim code and the survey link. Moving into our presentation. We'll learn about AMUFA updates from Lieutenant Commander Jason 2. Program Management Officer, Policy and Operations Branch in the Division of User Fee Management, Office of Management, CDER. Please join me to welcome Lieutenant Commander 2.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, my name is Lieutenant Commander Jason 2, AMUFA Program Manager within the Division of User Fee Management for CDER. Today's presentation is titled OTC Monograph Drug User Fee Program, AMUFA, Understanding Fiscal Year 2023 User Fees and Registration. The agenda today covers what is AMUFA, registration and listing, AMUFA user fee types and Fiscal Year 2023 key dates, COVID-19 hand sanitizer manufacturers, AMUFA Fiscal Year 2023 fee rates, fee payment process, penalties for failure to pay fees, and helpful resources. So what is AMUFA? The Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, or CARES Act, was enacted on March 27, 2020. It included an important legislative initiative that reforms and modernizes the way OTC monograph drugs are regulated in the United States. The CARES Act added sections 744L and M of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, or the FD&C Act, which authorized a new user fee program, the Over-the-Counter Monograph Drug User Fee Program, or AMUFA, dedicated to OTC monograph drug activities. What is the AMUFA User Fee Program? It is a congressionally authorized program of industry-paid fees to help fund FDA's regulatory activities for OTC monograph drugs. Congress authorization of the AMUFA program was informed by an FDA industry agreement and embodied in a commitment letter. In this commitment letter, FDA agreed to adhere to performance goals, including to review submissions within specific timeframes. These fees will support FDA's OTC monograph drug activities, which are detailed in Section 744L6 of the FD&C Act, and include various FDA activities associated with OTC monograph drugs and the inspection of facilities associated with such products. There are some common AMUFA terms which are important to understand. OTC monograph drug. It is a non-prescription drug without an approved new drug application, which is governed by the provisions of Section 505G of the FD&C Act. An OTC monograph drug facility, or MDF, is a foreign or domestic business or other entity that, in addition to meeting other criteria, is engaged in manufacturing or processing the finished dosage form of an OTC monograph drug. Lastly, OTC Contract Manufacturing Organization, or CMO, is an OTC monograph drug facility where neither the owner nor any affiliate of the owner or facility sells the OTC monograph drug produced at such facility directly to wholesalers, retailers, or consumers in the United States. It's important to note that the CMO pays 2/3 of the amount of the fee paid by an MDF. All facilities are requested to review and update their current registration information, if applicable, to accurately describe the facility's operations. Registering the facility using the appropriate structured product labeling, or SPL, business operations, and business operation qualifiers will help FDA determine whether the facility is subject to applicable OMUFA facility fees. You may refer to the Electronic Drug Registration and Listing System, or eDRLS, SPL webpage for relevant SPL codes. Now we will discuss the registration and listing a little further. FDA has updated SPL business operation qualifiers for facilities that manufacture OTC monograph drug products. These include, and I will not go through the codes here, manufacture human OTC drug products produced under a monograph, or manufacture human OTC drug products produced under an approved drug application, or manufacture human OTC drug products not produced under an approved drug application or under a monograph. And lastly, contract manufacture human OTC drug products produced under a monograph. This includes those facilities with the business operations of analysis, pack, label, repack, and relabel. Now let's talk about OMUFA user fees. Under the CARES Act, FDA is authorized to assess and collect user fees dedicated to OTC monograph drug activities for fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 2025. There are two types of OMUFA user fees, facility fee and OTC monograph order request, or OMR fee. OMUFA facility fees are assessed and due annually for qualifying facilities that engage in the manufacturing or processing of the finished dosage form of an OTC monograph drug. Facility user fee rates vary dependent upon the registration of the facility within FDA's eDRLS as an MDF or a CMO. Facility user fee rates also vary between each fiscal year. So how is the OMUFA facility fee assessed? Any person that owns a facility identified as an OTC monograph drug facility, including contract manufacturing organization facilities, on December 31st of the fiscal year, or at any time during the preceding 12-month period, shall be assessed and is required to pay a facility fee for that fiscal year. The OMUFA facility fee is assessed per facility. Waivers and reductions to OMUFA facility fees are not authorized under the FD&C Act and thus not available. All facilities pay the same applicable facility fee regardless of business size or business revenue. A facility will be assessed a fiscal year 2023 fee if the facility was identified as an OTC monograph facility in eDRLS at any time from January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. If your facility qualifies and registers as both an MDF and a CMO, you are only liable for the MDF fee. Thus, the fiscal year 2023 OMUFA facility fee applies to facilities that manufacture or process hand sanitizer products during the COVID-19 public health emergency. Consistent with the Department of Health and Human Services notice published on January 12, 2021, FDA will not assess OMUFA facility fees upon those firms that first registered with FDA on or after the January 27, 2020 declaration of the COVID-19 public health emergency, or PHE, solely for the purposes of manufacturing OTC hand sanitizer products during the PHE. The PHE ended on May 11, 2023, which does not impact the fiscal year 2023 fee liable period, and therefore, those facilities that meet the criteria set forth in the HHS-FRN will remain not fee liable for OMUFA facility fees, as in fiscal years 2021 and 2022. FDA will provide further guidance via our listserv and our website to those hand sanitizer manufacturers registered within FDA's eDRLS. This slide depicts the fiscal year 2023 OMUFA fee rates. For fiscal year 2023, MDF fee is $26,153. CMO fee is $17,435. Again, a CMO pays 2/3 of the amount of the fee paid by an MDF. The fiscal year 2023 Tier 1 OMUR fee is $517,381. The Tier 2 OMUR fee is $103,476. So what is the fee payment process? To submit payment to fulfill your OMUFA user fee obligations, you may access the FDA user fee system to create an OMUFA user fee cover sheet. You need to provide specific information for each fee type. For example, IFEA number of the facility on the cover sheet. Submit the cover sheet to generate a user fee ID number or the cover sheet number, and then pay the appropriate fees. Payment must be made in U.S. currency from a U.S. bank by either Pay.gov or wire transfer. For payment made by Pay.gov, you may use either an automated clearinghouse electronic check or e-check, or a credit card with a limit amount of under $25,000. For payment made by wire transfer, include the unique user fee ID number to ensure the payment is applied to the correct fees. The originating financial institution may charge a wire transfer fee. Applicable wire transfer fees must be included with payment to ensure fees are fully paid. There are penalties for failure to pay OMUFA user fees. For OMUR fee, if a person owing fees fails to pay the appropriate fees when submitting an OMUR, that OMUR shall be considered incomplete and shall not be accepted for filing. For facility fee, if a facility does not pay the annual facility fee within 20 calendar days of the due date, FDA will place the facility on a publicly available arrears list. Additionally, all OTC monograph drug products produced at that facility or containing an ingredient manufactured at that facility shall be deemed misbranded. Furthermore, OMURs will not be accepted from persons owing fees in arrears, from failure to pay the OMUR or facility fee, and OTC monograph drug meeting requests from persons owing fees will be denied or cancelled. In conclusion, I'd like to summarize the key takeaways from today's presentation. we have discussed the OMOFA statutory background and common OMOFA terms, registration and listing within the electronic drug registration and listing system using current structured product labeling, OMOFA user fee types and fee rates, which include the MDF and CMO facility fees, and Tier 1 and Tier 2 OMR fees, fee payment process, and lastly, penalties for failure to pay OMOFA user fees. If you would like more information, here is a list of useful resources. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. Now I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that great presentation, Commander 2. Our next presentation will cover the National Drug Code with a focus on NDC reservation, the future format of the National Drug Code, and NDC assignment to drugs. Presenting will be David Mazik, Consumer Safety Officer, Drug Registration and Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs, Office of Compliance. Also, we welcome Julian Chun, Pharmacist, Drug Registration and Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs, Office of Compliance. And finally, we welcome back Lieutenant Commander Soo-Jin Park as our final presenter in this session. Please join me to welcome our first presenter, David Mazik.
Good afternoon and welcome back, folks. My name is David Mazik, and this afternoon we're going to be reviewing the NDC reservation within the CDER Direct platform. Thank you once again for attending the conference this year. So as a brief overview, we would briefly discuss who should reserve an NDC, when that NDC should be reserved, and then some of the benefits of an NDC reservation, some of the pros and cons, and then how to reserve an NDC using CDER Direct. Now let's go over some of the goodies, some of the benefits of using the NDC reservation. Obviously, we talked about pre-launch activities, the pre-approval of a particular drug product. This will come in handy when you're printing labels. You can go ahead and place that reserve NDC, and without having any heartburn as to whether or not that product code has been used for another product. It helps alleviate that issue. And then it reserves that NDC for 2 years, so you can sleep at night because that NDC will not be used for another product for 2 years. And then once, as I mentioned to you before, it prevents the duplication and formatting issues that you may come into when submitting for a specific labeler code. Please keep in mind we've always run into configuration issues with stakeholders. Once a configuration has been set under a specific labeler code, then all the products under that particular labeler code need to be in that same config. The two main configurations that we're using now are 541 and 532. And my colleague, Pui Hubert, will go through some of that formally in a later presentation. And then finally, CMOs can reserve an NDC using the PLD's labeler code. And so this comes into play when obviously there are CMOs responsible for submitting this information on behalf of the PLD. So who should reserve an NDC, or who should use this National Drug Code reservation tool? First and foremost, companies or stakeholders that are participating in pre-launch activities, and they want the NDC on the pre-printed labels of a particular product. Secondly, we refer to contract manufacturers or CMOs that are responsible for the PLD's drug listing. And so oftentimes the CMOs do not have the complete inventory of that private label distributor, the complete inventory of NDCs that have already been assigned. So the reservation actually helps these firms reference a NDC number that has not already been used by that PLD. And then finally, for entities that do not know the final characteristics, maybe of an oral dosage form, a tablet or capsule, they do not know the final color or some of the marketing status, they're unsure of the final approval of the formulation, and back to the imprint, they may not know the specific characteristics. So this will give them a tool and a way of reserving an NDC for a particular product without having to be linked completely to that NDC going forward. Now let's look at when the NDC reservation should be used. Obviously, when it appears, the NDC appears on the labeling prior to the final approval of the printed labeling. This is a great tool to use so that the end user or the stakeholder will know what NDCs are available to that CMO or that PLD. And then finally, a great point is to distinguish between the NDC reservation and a full-blown drug listing. The NDC reservation has limited fields. We keep it to a minimum to help facilitate reservation, but it does not take the place, nor is it required prior to the listing submission. And then finally, the NDC reservation is solely for products that are intended to be placed into commercial distribution within 2 years. As I mentioned, the labeler code, everything that we're doing now is totally electronic. Back in the olden days, for lack of better terms, during the paper submission, labeler codes were issued via paper, but everything that's sent to the agency in regards to registration and listing is electronic now, as you all are formally aware of. And so any labeler code that is used for this process, as well as for listing, has to be reconciled or validated within the system. So it has to be a labeler code that has been validated electronically in our system. Then now I'll go through some of just the handful of elements that are required, data elements for NDC reservation. Once again, the labeler code and labeler code DUNS, the NDC prod code, and that prod code is just the labeler code along with the product code for that particular drug. Then the name of the drug, the dosage form, marketing status, the reserved until date, and then one active ingredient. Those are the data elements that are required for the NDC reservation. Moving forward, let's go over some of the tips regarding the reservation. Obviously, under a specific labeler code, a firm may have multiple products that they want to reserve. They may have multiple NDCs that they want to reserve under one labeler code. So you can submit it under one file. The same NDC reservation SPL file can hold multiple reservations on multiple products. It's synonymous to the establishment registration file, wherein you can submit obviously multiple sites for a specific firm. Once accepted, the proposed NDC or NDCs are reserved. Once that system has, you've gotten that green light, they are reserved. And keep in mind, the reserved NDC stops at the product level. It does not go down to the package code, and the package code information is not referenced in this NDC reservation file. And the limited data elements help to keep down any confusion and eliminate some of the future error messages or possible error messages. And some additional tips that we'll go over. So the marketing status, which I'll show specifically in the file later on, of all reserved NDCs is either new or reserved. Those are the only statuses that will be reflected in that marketing status page in the initial submission of a particular product. To convert an NDC reservation to a full-blown listing, the marketing status must be switched from reserved to active. And so that change opens up the rest of the listing data elements. And my colleague Troy Q, will go over the specific characteristics required for a complete listing record or listing SPL to be submitted. The reserved NDC is no longer, when it's no longer needed or no longer in use, then that marketing status has to be changed by the stakeholder to cancel. And simply by going to that marketing status and changing it from reserved to cancel, that reserved NDC is no longer valid at that time once that change in the marketing status has taken place. Now, canceling NDC is effective on the date of the submission. So you send it in 10/10/2020, it's effective 10/10/2020, the date of that submission. Obviously, a reserved NDC cannot be used for another reservation and or for a listed product, for listing a future product. It's solely for the product that it was intended to reserve for. And so that's a feature that we want to maintain to keep down, again, configuration problems and problems with the listing multiple products listed under one NDC. So some key factors or key facts. NDC reservation is not a full-blown listing. As you can see, there are limited data elements that are required for NDC reservation versus a completed listing. The data is not published, and because it's not a proper listing. So you will not see this information on DailyMed, nor will you see it on the National Drug Code. Keep in mind those two systems are for products typically that are in commercial distribution and are active, viable products in the marketplace. This is something that's reserved prior to. Again, the effective date is the submission date. They coincide. And finally, from that reserved NDC is set aside solely for 2 years. So you have to use that NDC in that two-year time frame, or it's set aside during that 2-year time frame. Beyond that, from the effective date 2 years out, is then removed. So finally, we get to the actual registration. I'm just going to show you guys a few of the screenshots from your main page. On the left-hand side, you would select NDC reservation. And as you can see, I have a draft there. And then to the next slide, your header details, is the set ID, root ID. These are all generated by the system. Then your version number that you would put in, and the effective date. Keep in mind, from 2 years from that effective date, that this particular file or NDC will expire. On the next page, you'll go into your registration details, and below you'll see the actual where you would enter in your product information. And since this is a draft version, I'm going to click on the product information that some of it that I've already entered in. And as you can see, everything that is required obviously will be denoted by these little red ended red notifications, and so those fields are required fields for the product data elements and for an NDC reservation. We move down to the marketing details, and then here's where you would change obviously the status for this particular reservation, and then provide the actual reservation until date. And keep in mind, again, that's 2 years out. Below that would be the specific marketing category for this product, and from that standpoint, you have to be specific as to what marketing category the particular product displays. The next page will refer to the actual ingredient. Keep in mind, for an NDC reservation, at minimum you have to put in one active ingredient, and you can see how the required fields are denoted once again. And we have a handful of challenge questions that we need to review. First challenge question is, NDC reservation is required to facilitate the listing submission. Is that true or false? That is false. The NDC reservation is not required to facilitate the listing submission. It's a tool set aside to do what it states is and to reserve an NDC temporarily. Next question. The reservation date may be up to 2 years after the effective date. And that is true. From that initial date, you have 2 years to reserve that specific NDC for that specific drug product. And finally, the reservation data is published on the NDC directory. And obviously that is false, merely because the NDC reservation, as you've seen in previous screens, is not a complete submission. So, and those products are not currently in commercial distribution. What should be reflected on directory is obviously a complete listing that is in commercial distribution. I hope everyone enjoyed this session and hopefully it was informative. If you have any questions or suggestions on how we could fine-tune things in the future, please reach out to the staff at the email address listed on the slide. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. My presentation is on the format of the National Drug Code, as well as the proposed rule we have out, revising that format. So my goals for you guys for this presentation is I hope you guys will be able to define the NDC, what it is, what's the current format, and then provide an overview of the proposed rule revising that format, and also the proposed implementation timeline for all the changes. So what is the NDC? The NDC is the unique identifier for drug products in the United States. So for most drugs, you can find the NDC on the labeling, and it can also sometimes be part of the UPC, the barcode. But the NDC is requested but not mandated on all labeling. So you may not see it, especially OTC products. However, all drug products are required to have an NDC on record with us at FDA. So for those of you guys that use NDC, you're probably familiar with the fact that it's quote unquote a smart number. And what that means is that each segment means something, has some sort of meaning. So the first segment is the labeler code, and that code is assigned to a specific firm. The middle segment is the product code, and that designates the drug strength type. The last segment is the package code, and that designates the package quantity, type, and size. So the NDC actually has 3 formats. So the original format is the 442 format, which has 4 digits in the labeler code, 4 digits in the product code, and 2 digits in the package code. When we ran out of 4-digit labeler codes, we started assigning 5-digit labeler codes. But in order to keep the NDC as 10 digits, we decided to truncate either the product code or the package code. So in the 532 format, there's one less digit in the product code, and in the 541 format, as you see in the example here, there's one less digit in the package code. So now you guys must be thinking, did he just say NDC is 10 digits? I'm pretty sure NDC is 11 digits. Well, the reason you're thinking that is because there's a HIPAA format NDC. And in the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, they adopted a uniform 11-digit NDC that's to be used in all the HIPAA-covered transactions. So this 11-digit NDC standardizes the NDC into a 542 format. So they take the FDA-assigned NDC, that's 10 digits, and they convert it by adding a leading 0 to the applicable short segment. That's a mouthful, so this is a schematic to show you how that's done. So in that example, in the 542 format, you can see that the package code here is the short segment. So you would add a leading 0 in the package code. In the 532 format, the short segment is the product code. So you would add the leading 0 in the product code. And in the 442 format, the short segment is the labeler code, and that's where you would add the extra leading 0. So I just finished telling you that when we ran out of 4-digit labeler codes, we started assigning 5-digit labeler codes. Well, what will happen now once we run out of 5-digit labeler codes? Well, under the current regulations, once we run out of 5-digit labeler codes, we will start assigning 6-digit labeler codes, and there is no plan to truncate any more of the other product or package codes. So with 6-digit labeler codes, the new NDCs will be 11 digits and would be required in one of the two new formats, which is 632 or 641. So why are we issuing this proposed rule now? Well, we have about 10 to 15 years of available 5-digit labeler codes left. And what's going to happen with that is that the proposed rule is intended to minimize this impact of the transition, because a timing uncertainty, when we don't know when we're going to run out, and when we run out and we start doing that and nobody knows about it, that might increase the conversion and the impact of it. And then moving on to a 6-digit labeler code in the new format will add 2 additional formats. So there's a lot of changes going on. And there's also an emerging situation in that if we, without the change, there's going to be 5 formats. So there's 3 and 10 digits, 2 and 11 digits, and then the FDA assigned 11 digits may cause confusion with the existing 11-digit HIPAA converted NDCs. And healthcare systems and payers currently convert 10-digit NDCs to 11 digits, which increases costs and may be a factor in medication errors. And then what we are afraid might also happen is there is a potential for a possible collision of a converted HIPAA converted NDC. So you see this is a 541 format. Excuse me, right here, 541 format with a the leading 0 added, and without hyphens, it is this number right here, and then a newly assigned FDA number with a unique NDC number with hyphens, but without hyphens, it is the same number. So you can just imagine how crazy it would be to have two NDCs that with two different products. So we definitely don't want that to happen. So who would be impacted by these changes? Basically everyone involved in the healthcare industry using NDCs. So these are just some examples of who would be impacted by them. So this proposed rule, what are we proposing exactly? So if finalized, we are proposing to update the length of the NDC. So instead of instead of 10 digits, we're expanding it to 12 digits. And what we're also doing is we're allowing for the barcode labeling requirements to use linear and non-linear. So it will allow for different formats because the UPC code, the linear barcode you're seeing, can only encode 10 digits, and 12 digits will be too much for that. So we're allowing for other non-linear forms aside from just the linear one. And in this example, down at the bottom, the 541 format, in order to convert the formats, you would add a leading 0 to the short segment and a leading 0 to make it 12 digits. So basically the HIPAA format with the leading 0 at the labeler code section. So why we came up with this proposed rule is we think it has some benefits associated with it. The first one would be that it would create a standardized format, which would then eliminate the need for conversions from FDA format to HIPAA format, and vice versa. It would also eliminate the need to convert NDCs all the time. That's what's happening now, creating confusion and medication errors. And then this proposed rule also would begin, once we begin issuing it, it would be more certainty to stakeholders as when they need to have their systems ready. So by this date, it needs to be ready. So this is the timeline of when things should happen. So we are actually about right here with the proposed rule and comment period. So the proposed rule was published last year. The comment period ended in November of last year. So we are in the process of analyzing all those comments and getting ready to draft this final rule. So how this is going to go is we're going to publish the final rule. There's going to be a delayed effective date of 5 years. And then once the effective date hits, there'll be a 3-year transition period. And I have more slides that will explain this more. So as I said, the final rule would include an effective date, but that effective date will be delayed by 5 years. So this is when everything needs to be changed. That's the effective date, and it's delayed by 5 years. And then it also provides for a 3-year transition period to facilitate a smooth transition. And what I mean by that is that if everybody had to convert and on an effective date and everything had to be converted, then everything would have to be relabeled. So during this 3-year transition period, old labels can still be around, and so we're not asking all the manufacturers to recall and relabel everything, so minimizing the relabeling costs. We also didn't want to create an artificial drug shortage due to the timing of product release. So say we were nearing the effective date, then we didn't want manufacturers holding on to product and then releasing it after because they didn't want to pull and relabel their old products. And then we also wanted to limit the time frame where there's two coexisting labeling with two different formats. So that's why we chose 3 years for that. Regarding the effective date, what's supposed to happen is if finalized as proposed, then FDA will convert all NDCs to 12 digits. So now all NDC is no longer 10 digits, it's 12 digits. And then we will begin assigning 6-digit labeler codes in the new 12-digit format. And on this date, all the stakeholders must be capable of handling this new uniform 12-digit NDC, and firms should start labeling their drugs that were assigned 10-digit NDCs with 12-digit NDCs. And all drug listing submissions would be required to use this new 12-digit format. So during this transition period, so after effective date, we are going to publish both the 10 and 12 digits so that there's people can compare and have a reference to what the converted NDC is. We're also not gonna object to drugs that were previously assigned a 10-digit NDC to continue to be labeled with 10-digit NDC. So we're not asking people to recall, relabel, and re-release their products during this transition period. But we do encourage manufacturers and distributors to include this 12-digit NDC on their labeling as soon as possible after the effective date. But definitely no later than when they run out of existing labeling and begin printing new labeling. So definitely as soon as possible after the effective date, don't delay. So because at the end of this transition period, the 3 years, all drug products would be required to be in this NDC 12-digit format, and we will no longer be exercising any enforcement discretion with respect to NDCs not being in the correct new format. So just some things that stakeholders need to prepare for and implement. Operating systems, obviously, if finalized, they have to be ready to accommodate for the expanded NDC on the effective date. And then plans need to happen for labeling and the annual reports that need to be submitted for that in preparation for the effective date. And then in drug listing, the confirmation of the new format of your NDC will need to happen, and then update the labeling you have in your drug listing once you have that approved and labeled. So as I mentioned, we received 49 comments. We are going through that, and you can actually view them on regulations.gov and see what people are saying about it. And then if you wanted to read the proposed rule, it was published in the Federal Register notice, so you can look it up under that docket number 1351. And then, 1351. And then for those of you guys interested in the regulatory impact analysis that we did for this rule, that's also a link there for that. Okay, so let's see how much you guys learned. How good of a job did I do? All right, your first challenge question. The HIPAA 11-digit NDC is converted how? By adding a leading 0 at the beginning, or maybe adding a tailing 0 at the end? Do you add it a leading 0 in the short segment of the NDC, or just add an extra digit anywhere? What is it? Yeah, correct. A leading 0 in the short segment, whether that's in the labeler code, the product code, or the package code, that's where you add the leading 0. Okay. Now, the length of the transition period, what is it? Is it 5 years, 3 years, 8 years, 12 years? That's right, it's 3 years. And this is kind of a little bit of a tricky question because it's once the rule is finalized, the effective date is delayed by 5 years. So you have 5 years to implement, plan, and implement. But once that effective date happens, you only have 3 years to transition the NDC to the expanded format. So that's a total of 8 years. And all the firms are asking us for 12 years or longer, but you know, we don't have that many NDCs and we don't want to run out before this is done. So that is the case. All right, so I thank you guys for listening to this. Since this rule is in the proposed rule stage, I'm not allowed to answer too many questions about it. I can clarify anything that I did say in the presentation if you guys have questions about that. So I will be available in the question and answer section for that. And you can answer your questions, and if I can answer, ask your question, and if I can answer it, I will. All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me for the second time today. In this session, I will cover the topic of NDC assignment to drugs. Here are some learning objectives. In this session, we will determine how NDCs are assigned and look at what changes require a new NDC. In addition, we will review products that require an NDC and products that should not use an NDC. I'm sure all of us have been to a drugstore to purchase an over-the-counter product or have taken prescription drugs. As a pharmacist myself, I see NDCs everywhere. Here are some visual representations of where you might see the NDCs. As it was mentioned by previous presenters, drugs are identified and reported using the National Drug Code, NDC, which serves as the FDA's universal product identifier for drugs. However, if you do not see an NDC on a drug label, it doesn't mean that it hasn't been assigned one, since the inclusion of an NDC is not a requirement. But we at FDA nonetheless request that the NDCs are included on the package labeling of all prescription and non-prescription drugs. I know that by now you are all probably an expert in what NDC is and different segments of NDC. However, I am including this slide on 3 segments of NDC because it is such an essential part of NDC assignment. So there are 3 segments of NDC, and each segment represents something. First segment is the labeler code, and labeler code is assigned to a specific firm or company. Second segment is the product code, and that identifies specific drug and its strength. And the last segment is the package code, and it represents different packaging type, size, and quantity. As my colleague Julian has mentioned in his presentation, currently there are 3 NDC configurations, which are 442, 532, and 541. The FDA assigns labeler codes to the manufacturers, distributors, or private label distributors of the product. And as I mentioned in my labeler code request live demonstration from earlier this morning, the first step for the assignment of an NDC number is to obtain a labeler code from the FDA. Here's an example of a made-up drug bottle where you can see the NDC number assigned to drug named Miraculozide and its strength, 100 milligrams, and packaging information, which is 100 capsules. So how are NDCs assigned? When a registrant first submits a drug listing, the registrant will propose an NDC for that drug. If that NDC has not already been used, FDA will assign the proposed NDC to that drug. It is important to remember that NDC assignment is a separate process from the drug approval process. For drugs that are subject to FDA review and approval under a new drug application, biologics license application, abbreviated new drug application, or associated supplements, verification of NDC assignment is not typically part of the review and approval process. Also, my colleague David went over the NDC reservation earlier in this session. NDC is proposed by companies and isn't assigned during the drug approval process. And I'd like to mention that if your drug is waiting approval and you are printing labeling to include NDCs on it, then you can reserve the NDCs ahead of time for drugs in development. Per 21 CFR 20735, once an NDC has been assigned by FDA, the registrant must propose a new and unique NDC for a drug when there is a change after the drug is initially marketed. The proposed new NDC must include a new product code when there is a change to any of the following information. 1, the drug's established name or proprietary name. 2, any active pharmaceutical ingredient, API, or the strength of any API. 3, the dosage form. 4, a change in the drug status between prescription and non-prescription, or for animal drugs between prescription, non-prescription, or veterinary feed directive status. 5, a change in the drug's intended use between human and animal. Lastly, the drug's physical characteristics such as size, shape, color, code and print, flavor, and scoring. In addition to all these detailed items included in 20735, we also expect to see new NDC product codes in certain situations. For example, in co-packaged drugs or kits, a change in any drug component will require a new NDC product code for the kit. Also, in the case of drugs that contain the same concentration of active ingredients but are available in different strengths or deliver different doses, should use different product codes. With respect to the package codes, different package sizes and types for a drug cannot share the same package code under the same labeler code and product code. For example, blister packs included in a carton should be assigned a different package code than the package code assigned to the carton. Drugs that contain the same concentration of active ingredients but are available in multi-dose packaging that are measured per healthcare provider or labeling dosage instructions should be assigned the same product code. Different packaging sizes of drug products should be assigned different package codes. For example, a 3-ounce bottle of an oral solution of 20 milligrams per 5 ml should be assigned the same product code and a different package code than a 4-ounce bottle of the same oral solution with the same concentration of active ingredient. Additionally, if a drug is packaged in different container materials like glass or plastic containers, different package codes should be used to distinguish the different container types. So what products require assignment of NDCs? Drugs that are required to be listed under Section 510 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act may use an NDC without being deemed misbranded under 20737. This includes all human prescription and non-prescription drugs, whether approved or unapproved, biological products, combination products that include either a drug or biological product constituent part and are assigned to CDER or CBER, and also drug samples. For biologic products, one exception is that under 21 CFR 207-33B4, an alternatively formatted NDC that is approved for use by the relevant center director may be used for the following human cells, tissues, and cellular and tissue-based products if they are minimally manipulated. Hematopoietic stem progenitor cells derived from peripheral and core blood and lymphocytes collected from peripheral blood. Now, what products should not use an NDC? An NDC or other identifier similar to NDC, such as the National Health Related Item Code, NRIC, has been historically assigned to different categories of non-drugs for identification and reimbursement purposes. However, as its name implies, NDC assignment is limited to drugs. Products may be deemed misbranded under 207-37A3 if an NDC is used on products that are not subject to drug registration and listing requirements, such as medical devices, medical foods, dietary supplements, and cosmetics. If an NDC is assigned to these products or an NDC is included in its labeling, then the products may be deemed to be misbranded. I would like to conclude my presentation by sharing with you that the FDA's acceptance of registration and listing information, inclusion of a drug in our database of drugs, or assignment of an NDC does not denote approval of the establishment or the drug or any other drugs of the establishment, nor does it mean that the drug may be legally marketed. Under 21 CFR 207-77B, any representation that creates the impression that a drug is approved or is legally marketable because it appears in our database of drugs has been assigned or display an NDC, or the establishment has been assigned an establishment registration number or unique facility identifier, is misleading and constitutes misbranding. Now let's test your knowledge. Here's your challenge question number 1. True or false? A new product code is required when there is a change in route of administration. We'll give you about 10 seconds. Here's your answer. I know this answer may surprise you, but the answer is B, false. The reason it wasn't included in the regs and doesn't apply to route of administration because there are products that have multiple route of administration, such as injectables that can be used subcutaneously or IM, etc. And the second challenge question is, which of the following may not use an NDC? A, medical devices, B, unapproved drug, C, prescription drug, D, OTC products. The correct answer is A, medical devices. This concludes my portion of the presentation. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you for those great presentations. Our final group of presentations before our break will be on our registration and listing compliance program, discussing untitled letters and warning letters, data inactivation, data removals and flags, and downstream effects. Our presenters for this session include Tasneem Hussain, pharmacist, Drug Registration and Listing Branch, Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs, Office of Compliance. And we welcome back Vikas Arora and Leila Raju Isfandiari as our final presenter. Please join me to welcome our first presenter of this session, Tasneem Hussain.
Good afternoon, and thank you for attending this afternoon's sessions. In this presentation, we will discuss some important information regarding registration and listing untitled letters and warning letters. We will identify untitled letters and warning letters, and when they're issued, we will identify the steps to address and close untitled letters and warning letters. We will discuss the manual override process, We will discuss the importance and impacts of the untitled letters and warning letters, and we will discuss tips to avoid the untitled letters and warning letters. Before we get into talking about untitled letters and warning letters, we need to go over a little background on our registration and listing compliance program. This will help us understand these two types of letters. Our registration and listing compliance program started in 2015, and our mission has been to protect and promote the public health by trying to maintain a complete and accurate database of the registration and listing data. We try to achieve this by doing reviews of the data, sometimes focused reviews, sometimes random reviews. When we find errors or any kind of discrepancies in the registration and listing data, then we issue the firms a deficiency letter. In these letters, we state the deficiencies that we found and ask the firm to make the corrections. If after 30 days have passed, the firm does not correct the data, then we remove the incorrect data from the NDC directory and then make the decision whether to send an untitled letter or a warning letter. And if this still does not result in an correction of the data, then we move towards inactivation of the incorrect data. Untitled letters and warning letters are a type of official communication from FDA. These letters are issued to registrants or labelers who do not respond to our initial deficiency letters that we spoke about in the previous slide. Violation of statutory requirements results in issuance of a warning letter, as these are errors that are a little more severe in nature. And violation of registration and listing regulations under 21 CFR 207 will result in an issuance of an untitled letter. So untitled letters are not posted in any public website, and these errors are a little less severe than those of the warning letter. A little bit more about warning letters. Once a warning letter is issued to the firm, the letter is posted in FDA's warning letter webpage. The site is updated once a week, and the link of the warning letter will appear there with the date of the issuance. And the letter is available for public view. We also provide a copy and link of the warning letter that we issue in our compliance program webpage. To date, we have issued over 21 warning letters, and a couple of them include both registration and listing violations, but most of them include listing violations. Here are some examples of when we may issue an untitled letter. Drug listing issues such as incorrect NDC or incorrect strength of active ingredient, or incorrect marketing category, or incorrect document type, or possible errors that, if not corrected in the specified time, this may result in the firm getting an untitled letter. Some errors are likely to result in a warning letter if corrections are not made. So, for example, errors such as failure to register the manufacturing establishment or failure to list a drug that a firm is manufacturing for commercial distribution, or including an incorrect or unauthorized U.S. agent in a firm's registration SPL. Some examples of listing issues that may result in a warning letter include incorrect establishment or missing establishment, incorrect package insert or carton label image, incorrect or missing active ingredient. Here are the steps to address and close the untitled letters or warning letters. If a firm receives untitled letters or warning letters, it's best to address them quickly and make the corrections and resubmit the file. Make sure to send us the core ID or the submission ID for the review. We will need to see these files and check to make sure that there are no new errors generated and that all the errors that were identified in the letters sent to the firm are corrected. And most likely, corrections to the errors in the untitled letter or warning letter will likely need manual override before the file can be accepted. The manual override process. The compliance officer will review the corrections, as we mentioned, and make sure everything is corrected and no new errors are generated and everything is acceptable. And once all the errors are addressed, CDER will approve the manual override. We will then forward the submission to SPL coordinator who will manually load the data. Once updated and corrected, the file is uploaded and the case is closed. So closeout letters are issued for resolved warning letters. Untitled letters do not get a closeout letter, but the data is just released back for publication, and the status will change to active, current, and certified. Why may an untitled letter or warning letter be important, or what impacts can these letters have? If an untitled letter or warning letter is not resolved, the data will remain out of the public NDC directory. The SPL, which include the data drug product that is included in the warning letter, will be indexed in the NIH's Daily Med publication. The incorrect data is associated with the untitled letter or warning letter will be inactivated at the next scheduled inactivation period. If the data in the untitled letter or warning letter are not corrected, then the compliance case remains open, and this could cause possible delays with product importation. Here's some tips to avoid untitled letters and warning letters. First and foremost, follow the registration and listing requirements under 21 CFR 207. Then it's important to learn the latest automated validation rules. Make sure the registration and labeler contact information submitted to us in the SPLs is up to date and current. And then respond to the deficiency letter with corrections within 30 days. Now, if you were paying attention, these two challenge questions will be very, very easy to answer. Our first question is, which of the following may be reasons to issue an untitled letter? A, drug not listed, B, incorrect NDC, C, unregistered establishment, D, incorrect active ingredient. We'll give you a few seconds to think of this. The answer to question number 1 is B, incorrect NDC. The other 3 will likely result in a warning letter. Challenge question number 2. Which of the following statement is correct? A, closeout letters are issued after firm makes corrections in response to an untitled letter. B, untitled letters are posted on FDA web pages. C, when requesting a manual override, firms need to send FDA the core ID or the submission ID. D, failure to register an establishment may lead to an untitled letter. We'll give you a few seconds to think of this one. The answer to question number 2 is C. When requesting a manual override, firms need to send the FDA the core ID or the submission ID. So in a few short statements to summarize, untitled letters and warning letters are official communications that are issued to firms who do not comply with the registration and listing requirements. Firms are legally required to submit correct and complete information to FDA. It's important to quickly review and respond to deficiency letters and to untitled letters and warning letters if firms receive them. This helps us in maintaining the data integrity of our drug registration and listing database. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tasneem, for your presentation. My name is Vikas Arora, and I'm back again to present on data in activation. Here are the learning objectives for this presentation. We're going to discuss drug listing requirements. We're going to describe annual certification requirements. We're going to discuss the drug inactivation and Federal Register notice. We're going to describe the data inactivation timelines. We're going to go over the 2 inactivation periods, which is January and July. And then we're going to go over inactivation that occurs due to a compliance case. So what are the drug listing requirements? Section 510B of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act requires that establishment register and renew their registration annually during the October to December annual renewal period. Section 510J of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act requires that registrants provide a list of all drugs manufactured for commercial distribution at the time of registration. And then Section 510J2D of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act requires that registrants send in any material changes to any listing already on file every June or December each year. So pursuant to 21 CFR 207.57B2, after initial electronic listing, registrants may satisfy the listing update requirement with respect to unchanged listing information by making a single no changes certification during the annual registration update under 207.29B applicable to all of the registrants' listed drugs for which no changes have been made since the previous annual registration update. So this is the blanket no change certification that we talked about in the earlier presentation. Again, if your drug listing was updated during the current calendar year, then the drug listing is certified, and a blanket no change certification is not required during the annual certification window. So the Data Inactivation FR notice was first published on October 14, 2019, and shortly thereafter in September went into effect. So the Data Inactivation FR notice states that 30 days after publication of this notice and every January thereafter, FDA will begin to inactivate human drug listings that remain uncertified from the previous renewal period of October 1st to December 31st. In addition, every July thereafter, FDA will begin to inactivate human drug listings that remain active and certified after the June listing update but still contain at least one establishment that is not currently registered in accordance with FDA's requirements. So as the FRN states, there are two inactivation periods, one in January and one in July. And the intent of these inactivation periods is to keep our data as accurate and up to date as possible. So prior to these data inactivations, we do send a notification email to the labeler points of contact with the estimated date of inactivation if no updates are made. So please verify that your labeler code SPL has the most up-to-date contact information, because that is what we use to contact regarding the data inactivation notification. So let's go over the different inactivations. The first one is the January inactivation, and this is due to missing the October to December annual certification window or not updating your SPL during the current calendar year. If you receive an inactivation notification email, a new version of the drug listing SPL must be submitted with any updates in order to reactivate or correct the data depending on the situation. So what do you do if you receive a January inactivation notification email? Well, this depends on your specific situation. If your drug is still in commercial distribution, then a blanket no change certification cannot be completed because the annual certification period has ended, and you must submit a new version of the SPL for each drug listing using the same set ID. If the drug is no longer in commercial distribution, you still need to submit an updated SPL providing a completed marketing status and an end marketing date. If you've been inactivated and you're no longer in commercial distribution, this does not exempt you from your responsibilities for updating your drug listing. So why does the July inactivation occur? So drug listing files that remain active and certified after the June listing update, but contain at least one establishment that's not duly registered with FDA. So 21 CFR 207.57B states registrants must review and update their drug listing information each June and December. So FDA allows companies with active drug listings until the June update deadline to get their establishment registered or identify a new one. If the update is not made by the June requirement, in July, we inactivate those drug listings which are still linked to the unregistered establishment. So what do you do if you receive the July inactivation notification email? First, assess all the establishments that are in your listing. In order to assess your establishment registration status, please refer to the Drug Establishment Current Registration Site, or DECRS. So if your drug is in commercial distribution but it's being manufactured at a different facility, you must provide a new version of the drug listing SPL, identifying the new manufacturing establishment and removing the old ones or the ones that are no longer being used. If your drug is still in distribution but the manufacturer failed to renew the registration, you must either update the establishment registration for the existing establishment or contact the registrant referenced in the drug listing and notify them of the need to renew its registration with the FDA. If a drug is no longer being manufactured for distribution, again, inactivation does not exempt a firm from their listing update responsibilities. They must submit an updated SPL with a completed marketing status that includes an end marketing date. So inactivation due to compliance case. Compliance cases can be created any time of year due to incorrect data regarding labeler codes, establishment registration, or drug listing data. Unresolved compliance cases can lead to data inactivation if not resolved in a timely manner. So what are consequences of inactivation? This can cause removal of the drug listing from FDA publications. This can be flagged in DailyMed. And this can cause CMS reimbursement issues due to the inactivation dates being transmitted to the NSDE file. So how do we resolve data inactivation? Once inactivation has occurred, a new SPL submission is required to be submitted for the drug listing. Once submitted, it can take 24 to 48 hours for it to be reactivated. This can be even longer if the inactivation is due to a compliance case, as the new SPL needs to be manually reviewed. And the data will not be reactivated until the case is closed. And it can take another 24 hours for reactivated data to be republished in databases. Now let's go over some challenge questions. Challenge question number 1. Material changes to any drug listing on file are required every A, January and February, B, October and December, C, January and July, or D, June and December. And the answer is D, June and December. Challenge question number 2. Drug listing data inactivation occurs every A, January and February, B, October and December, C, January and July, or D, June and December. And the answer is C, January and July. In summary, please review your drug listings often for any changes or updates. Please make sure your labeler code contact information is correct as we reach out to this point of contact for the data inactivation notifications. Please note that data inactivation does not fulfill the obligation for the firm to delist. We encourage the firm to add an end marketing date and add a complete marketing status for their drug listings if they are no longer manufacturing their drug for commercial distribution. If a data inactivation notification is received, please take the necessary steps to avoid inactivation. If your data is inactivated, please submit an updated SPL in order to reactivate your listing. Thank you for your attention. And now I'd like to pass the presentation to my colleague, Layla.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. In this presentation, I will be talking about data removals and flags. These are our objectives for the presentation. We will identify the types of data removal actions. We will identify the online publications where the data is removed from, and we will be able to identify the flags that are associated with the data that is removed in the different online publications. Registration data removal. So data that we will be discussing here can be the registration data sent to us by the registrants or drug listing data that is sent to us. As far as the registration data, this is the establishment data, and this is what can be removed either by the firm or by the firm's representatives or by FDA. The firm can deregister the establishment, or if they go out of business, or sometimes a particular establishment may get dropped from the latest registration SPL. And this is how registration data can be removed by the firm. FDA can also remove registration data. This can happen if a firm fails to renew their registration during the annual registration period, which is October to December. yearly, the establishment is expired and the data is removed. If the firm does not respond to and does not correct errors associated with the compliance case, and if we send the deficiency letters to the firms, the FDA can remove the registration data also. Also, the registration data can be removed because of inactivation that happens during the inactivation period. Drug listing data can also be removed either by the firm submitting the information or by FDA again. A firm may delist the product once the product reaches its end marketing date. That product is no longer in active or current status. FDA can remove the data also if the firm fails to respond to our drug listing deficiency letters and fails to correct the errors we identified in those letters. Drug listing data can also be removed by FDA during the inactivation periods. During the January inactivation period, FDA will inactivate the products that were not updated in the previous year or products that were not certified to be active by December 31st of the year. Then FDA will inactivate those listings during the January inactivation period. During the July inactivation period, FDA can inactivate drug listing data for listing submissions that include an expired establishment. So these are the ways that drug listing data can be removed. Data removal from online publications. So let's identify some sites where registration or listing data can be removed from. Establishment data can be removed from the Drug Establishment Current Registration site, or we call it DECRS for short. As you're probably aware, this is where the registration data is stored. So as we mentioned earlier, if the firm deregisters or gets out of business, for example, then the establishment data is removed from the site. Drug listing data is removed from the National Drug Code Directory, since this is where the listing data is stored for public view. The listings that are expired will no longer show up in this directory. So two other sites where listing data can be removed from are DailyMed and the NSDE files. The DailyMed is managed by NIH, and if there are egregious data errors, the listing data can be removed from this site. The NSDE file is the NDC SPL data elements file, and this is utilized by CMS, and this file includes the inactivation or reactivation dates. And note that both of these databases are populated through the listing data. So now we'll talk about flags, registration removal flags. A flag is an alert, or it points to a status or lets you know that something is up with the data that you're seeing or should be seeing in your search results. So when registration data is removed from the DECRS site, you may see the E flag or the I flag. The E flag would show up at the top of the search results screen if there was an error in the establishment registration data and the data was removed. For example, if there was a compliance case associated with the registration data, and the firm did not correct the error, then the establishment is removed from the DECRS site, and you would see the E. You should see the E there. If also you would see an I flag on the screen, which would indicate that the viewer that the establishment data for this firm was removed via inactivation because of a registration compliance issue. So listing removal flags. Flags you will see in the NDC directory include the E and the U and the I. For if there was an E that shows up at the top, this means that the product listing data has been removed from the NDC directory for failure to respond to FDA's requests for correction to deficient or non-compliant data. The U flag would appear if the listing data was expired due to lack of certification. The U flag is usually a temporary flag. It would appear only after the certification period ended and the listing wasn't certified, so the data would have the U flag. But once the listing gets inactivated, then the U would not be there anymore, and you would see the I flag. The I flag would show you that the data was removed from the NDC directory because it was inactivated. And this is included in the excluded file, and it refers to the listing data that was inactivated. So this is an example where DailyMed site would show you the I flag there would be an I, and the listing data was inactivated by FDA would be shown at the top. So we have come to challenge question number 1. Which of the following can be a reason for listing data removal? A, inclusion of a current establishment registration in a drug listing. B, failure to submit a drug listing within 2 years. C, failure to respond to a listing deficiency letter. D, none of these are reasons for the listing data removal. I'll give you a few seconds to think about this. The answer to question number 1 is C, failure to respond to a listing deficiency letter. So we have challenge question number 2. Where does the E flag appear? Is it A, the NDC directory, B, DailyMed, C, Deckers, D, answers A and C are both correct? We'll give you a few seconds to think about this one. So the answer is D. The NDC directory and Deckers can both show the E flag. So here's a little summary. Registration and listing data can be removed from the online publications for failure to comply with registration and listing regulations, failure to correct, respond and correct to the identified errors in the deficiency letters, failure to renew a registration for an establishment, or failure to certify the listed products as active. The flags available on the NDC directory and Deckers alert viewers of status of the data. So we have come to the questions. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Drs. Arora and Hussain, for talking about our compliance projects and initiatives. I will try to cover some of the downstream effects of those deficiencies and omissions in the registration and listing data and how they can create real-life problems for our public health. Upon completion of this presentation, you should be able to identify the registration and listing online publications, describe ways to report data discrepancies to FDA, and list potential real-life examples caused by data deficiency. The registration data is submitted by companies. It is stored in FDA internal systems after it passes the automated validations and then gets published in Deckers or drug establishment current registration site. The listing data is also submitted by companies, gets stored in FDA internal databases for reporting purposes, and then is disseminated for online publications. Some of the online publications that use listing data directly or indirectly are NDC Directory, Drugs at FDA, FDA Label, DailyMed, and the NSDE file. The registration and listing data is widely used inside and outside of the agency. In FDA, registration and listing data is a key contributing factor in facility inspection planning on determining what manufacturing activities actually take place in the establishment and what kind of products are manufactured there. In assessing statutory facility fees, as you heard in an earlier presentation today, in preventing and remediating drug shortage cases, and in drug safety assessments. Outside of FDA, many other government agencies use our data. For example, the Drug Enforcement Agency, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Department of Veteran Affairs, and etc., as well as private and academic sectors for supply chain security, research, prescribing, and healthcare records. In the next few slides, I will talk about some examples on how data integrity can have a direct downstream effect in some major topics. An incorrect or incomplete site address or failure to update registration data upon relocation of an establishment can cause inspection problems and delays, and is in violation of Section 510 of the FD&C Act, which can misbrand the drugs manufactured at that facility. As you can see, the data from FDA's calendar year 2022 annual report on inspections of establishments, FDA inspects thousands of drug manufacturing establishments globally. The recent numbers are actually not indicative of a normal year due to travel restrictions over the pandemic. CDER has to be able to rely on this data to plan those inspections. A delay in inspections can cause problems for both FDA and industry, such as delays in drug approval due to problems with pre-approval inspections. Patient safety is at utmost importance for FDA and healthcare industry at large. An inaccurate listing, specifically an incorrect NDC assignment in this example, can lead to medication error. In this example, the product is co-packaged and includes 2 vials, drug A and drug B. Drug A and drug B do not contain the same active ingredient, but include the same NDC product on the label. The physician order directed the nurse to inject drug B 2 hours later than drug A is injected. Instead of drug B, patient was injected with an additional dose of drug A. In an annual report, a drug labeling is updated to include a black box warning or drug-drug interaction. Healthcare providers rely on labeling information to make key decisions about prescribing a drug. In this example, if the labeling is not updated in drug listing, information on a recently added black box warning or drug-drug interaction can be missed by the prescribing physician. The listing information submitted to FDA is also used by CMS and the payer industry for reimbursement, as well as by FDA and pharma for drug amount reporting. If the information in the packaging section of the listing SPL includes incorrect or incomplete data, or is omitting key information, for example, a description, size, and NDC for an inner level packaging that is available ordinarily for prescribing, it could lead to reimbursement errors or incorrect drug amount reporting to FDA under Section 510 of the Act. As our keynote speaker, Jill Furman, mentioned in her presentation this morning, registration and listing plays a key role in our safety initiatives to prevent incidents related to substandard, falsified, and harmful drugs. 2 of those initiatives were in response to the global diethylene glycol and ethylene glycol contamination incidents and FDA's ophthalmic drug initiative. Now let's have a poll question. Choosing options A or B, please respond if this statement is true or false. It is in the best interest of the pharmaceutical company as well as public health to submit correct registration and listing data to FDA. Is it A, true, or B, false? Let's give it a few seconds. Great. So everyone who answered A is going to get an A+. It is always in the best interest of all parties that the registration and listing data is submitted correctly to FDA. If you're using any of our online publications for registration and listing data and you find a discrepancy, what do? You can contact us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov or another group that works very closely with us, Division of Drug Information, at druginfo@fda.hhs.gov. Before closing, we're going to have 2 challenge questions. Challenge number 1 is, which one of these publications is managed by FDA? A, Comprehensive NDC SPL Data Elements File. B, Drug Establishment Current Registration Site. C, neither, or D, both. I'll give you a few seconds to answer the question. And the answer is both of these. The first one is the NSDE file, and the second one is what we call Decker's, which publishes the registration information. On challenge question 2, which of the following statement is not true? A, anyone can contact FDA about data discrepancy found in its published registration and listing data. B, FDA can make corrections to its online published registration and listing data. C, FDA's listing data is used by other government agencies for coding, reimbursement, prescribing, and dispensing of drugs. D, NDC assignment is not part of drug approval, but is an important safety aspect of a drug. Again, let's wait another few seconds. And the answer is B. FDA cannot make any corrections to its online published registration and listing data because, as you heard in earlier presentations, companies submit their own registration and listing data to FDA, which is required to be correct and accurate. FDA will take action if that submitted data is not correct, accurate, and complete. Thank you for your attention. I hope you found this presentation to be helpful in your line of work. We will be answering questions at the end of the session this afternoon, and I'd be happy to take your questions on this presentation.
Thank you for the great presentations. We'll now enter our break for 15 minutes. Enjoy your break. Welcome back from the break. We're on the home stretch now. Our next presentation will be provided by Pui Huber to discuss recent automated validation rules. Please join me to welcome back Pui Huber.
Welcome back from your break. I hope you had a chance to recharge and are ready to dive back into our presentation. My name is Pui Huber, and in this presentation, we will go over some of the recent automated validation rules. We have a couple of learning objectives. Our first learning objective is to explore the benefits and features of structured product labeling, or SPL. We'll discuss how SPL streamlines data exchange, improves patient safety, and adapts to industry advancements. Next, you'll understand how CDER Direct offers user-friendly tools for SPL creation with built-in pre-validation for error prevention. Our third objective is to recognize the impact of the latest validation rule developments. And lastly, we'll discuss how to effectively avoid errors with the recent validation rules to make sure that we have error-free submissions. SPL is a standardized format approved by HL7 and adopted by the FDA. Key highlights of SPL include its role in facilitating efficient data exchange, which simplifies the regulatory submission process. It's important to note that SPL improves patient safety through consistent data presentation. Furthermore, SPL is continuously updated to stay relevant and incorporate advancements in the industry. One of the key technical features of SPL is that it's machine readable using XML, enhancing interoperability. There are several methods to submit SPLs. CDER Direct is an FDA tool created to submit the SPL. It's designed with ease of use in mind, ensuring a straightforward experience. It checks for errors as you input data and save, minimizing mistakes in submissions. We have step-by-step guidance for SPL creation under tutorials and helpful hints for which provides tips to aid in completing the forms. What are validation rules? Validation rules evaluate user-entered information against specified criteria to ensure that only valid data is saved in the records. This is achieved through syntax and format checks, which verify that SPL files adhere to the correct XML structure and required format. Cross-field validation ensures consistency and coherence of data across different fields in the SPL submissions. CDER Direct follows the reference SPL implementation guide. We have a link here which provides guidelines for the SPL submissions. The save and validate feature that you see here that's highlighted is a critical component of CDER Direct's functionality. It serves as our final checkpoint before you hit that Submit SPL button. Not only does it verify the accuracy of the data you've entered, but it also provides a unique advantage by allowing you to identify and correct any potential errors or discrepancies before the submission process is finalized. The flowchart here illustrates the validation process in CDER Direct. The process begins with creating SPL submissions in CDER Direct, you see on the top left side, and then proceeds to save and validate the data. Here, once a user submits save and validate, If the validation fails, the system prompts the user to resubmit the SPL after making the necessary revisions. Then on the other hand, if the validation is successful, the SPL status will change to, will mark as ready for submission. And at this stage, users have the option to submit the SPL. Now let's look at some of the recent validation rules, starting with establishment registration. If you are submitting an update to your initial establishment registration, you must enter the FEI number. If your FEI is missing, your submission will fail validation, and an error, like you see in this example, will be displayed. So make sure any update to your initial establishment registration has an FEI number. This year, if you submitted a new establishment registration without an FDA-assigned FEI, and you are planning to submit a no change notification between October and December, maybe there's no changes to your establishment information, address, or contact information. Please note that the renewal might fail validation if the FEI is missing. So in this case, you'll need to submit an establishment registration update with the FEI instead of a no change notification. In your product listing submission under establishment details, the business operation selected must match the business operation code entered in the establishment registration. So for example, if you select the business operation manufacturer in your establishment, make sure that business operation entered under product listing matches. This is a long error message, and we will certainly not read word for word, but what it simply means is that when delisting a product, you have the marketing status as completed and an end date. The establishment registration is required. Even if the establishment registration is expired or deregistered, we need to know who the manufacturer is, and the correct business operation and qualifier must be entered. So the business operation and qualifier must match what you have in the establishment registration. If you are listing a product and the marketing category is one of these three, approved drug product manufactured under contract, OTC monograph drug product manufactured under contract, or unapproved drug product manufactured under contract, then the document type has to be either human OTC drug label or human prescription drug label. So for these marketing categories, those three marketing categories, we have, you cannot list them under SPL document type, bulk ingredient, or drug for further processing, for example. It has to be either human OTC drug label or human prescription drug label. If you are listing a product and the marketing category is one of these three, approved drug product manufactured under contract, OTC monograph drug product manufactured under contract, or unapproved drug product manufactured under contract, then the document type has to be either human OTC drug label or human prescription drug label. So for these marketing categories, those three marketing categories, we have, you cannot list them under SPL document type, bulk ingredient, or drug for further processing, for example. It has to be either human OTC drug label or human prescription drug label. The route of administration can only be not applicable for SPL document types, drug for further processing, and bulk ingredient. So only these two SPL document types are allowed to have a route of administration that is not applicable. All other SPL document types must have the route of administration selected. The source NDC is a required field for any listing submissions that has the business operation of relabel or repack. So if you have the business operation for one of these, repack or relabel, in your product listing, the source NDC must be provided. The source NDC product code entered cannot be associated with the listing that has a compliance action or deficiency associated with it. The source NDC that is entered must be a valid listing that is active. Any SPL document type that is a bulk ingredient with the marketing category of bulk ingredient must have one or more establishments with the business operation of API manufacturer. If you are listing a bulk ingredient, it will not pass validation unless you enter the API manufacturer's information. Starting October 1st, new marketing category and monograph citations will be mandatory for OTC drugs. When listing your OTC product, ensure that you provide the OTC monograph if applicable. Here's an example, monograph ID M001. For more information and guidance on OTC monographs, please visit the FDA's official OTC monographs page here, which will provide you more information on this new requirement. Now let's put our knowledge to the test with a couple of challenge questions related to what we just discussed. The first one is, when the SPL document type is bulk ingredient and the marketing category is bulk ingredient, which business operation must be associated with one or more establishments? A, analytical testing, B, API manufacturer, C, packaging, or D, none of the above? The answer is API manufacturer. Next challenge question is, in a listing submission for a repackager or relabeler, what is the role of the manufacturer's NDC? A, it is not required in a repackager's submission. B, it is included as the source NDC. C, it is provided to the FDA only upon request. And D, it is used for relabeling purposes. And the answer is B, it is included as the source NDC. The manufacturer's NDC for repackager or relabeler must be entered under source NDC. In summary, CDER Direct plays a key role in streamlining the SPL creation process. It is user-friendly, the real-time validation, pre-validation, the tutorials, and guidance make SPL creation accessible and efficient. The Save and Validate feature allows for pre-submission error identification and correction, making sure that the submission is error-free. Staying updated with the latest rules is essential for error-free submission and regulatory compliance. For more detailed guidance on validation, please review the SPL implementation guide with validation procedures. Thank you all for your attendance and participation in our presentation. If you have any questions or need further information, please email us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov.
Thank you for that great presentation. For our last session before the final Q&A panel, We'll welcome back Julian Chun to provide us with case studies for an interactive learning experience on numerous topics covered today. Please join me to welcome Julian Chun.
Hello again. In this presentation, I will go over some compliance cases, do a little bit of studies about some of the mistakes that we're getting, and hopefully educate you guys on how to prevent these mistakes, but also how to fix them. So my objectives are for you to identify the most common listing deficiency issue, recognize the various types of strength errors, that's a giveaway, and then also examine the consequences resulting from these strength errors. Okay, so let's get started here. For our first case study on strength errors, let's examine the antiseptic chlorhexidine 4%. So in the ingredient detail section under the products, you see here chlorhexidine acetate. The numerator strength, they used 4 milligrams, and then the denominator strength, they used 1 ml. Is that right? Does that sound like chlorhexidine 4%? So actually, no. So this one I classify as a calculation error because 4% is defined as 4 grams over 100 ml. So if you wanted to use milligrams instead of grams, you would have to just do 4,000 milligrams, which is the same as 4 grams, over 100 ml. So you reduce it down to the ml, it would be 40 milligrams over 1 ml. So 40 milligram over 1 ml. That's 4%. So what you're seeing in CDER Direct, what they used was 4 milligrams per 1 ml, and that is actually 0.4%, not 4%. So a consequence of that is now the listed strength is 10 times less than the actual amount. So because they miscalculated the grams and milligrams, then you're getting the wrong percentage amount. All right. So another case regarding strength error is this antiperspirant aluminum chlorohydrate 10%. Okay, and then in the ingredient details, what do you guys see? Aluminum chlorohydrate. Okay, that's right. Strength 10 milligrams. Denominator strength 100 ml. Does that sound right to you guys? 10 milligrams over 100 ml? Sounds like 10%, right? Well, actually 10%, remember I said is 10 grams over 100 mLs, not 10 milligrams, 10 grams. So as entered in CDER Direct, aluminum chlorohydrate 10 milligrams over 100 ml, the strength is actually 0.01%, not 10%. And that makes the listed strength 1,000 times less than the actual amount. So I classified this as a unit of measure error because if they had just used grams instead of milligrams, everything would have been right. Could also be considered a calculation error, but this is just an example of some of the errors that we're seeing. All right, so another case study here. We have a wart remover. So salicylic acid, 40%. So I cut and paste the drug facts that's on the label, representative label that's in the SPL. So salicylic acid, 40%, and then cut and paste here the number of patches in the box, 4 medicated patches. Here is the CDER Direct ingredient details and how they decided to list the strength. Salicylic acid, okay, strength 40 milligrams, okay, denominator strength 4 with a unit of measure of 1. So what does that tell us? 40 milligrams with a denominator strength of 4. So as entered in CDER Direct, This is salicylic acid, 4 milligram in 4. So what is the strength? So what they're saying is there's 4 milligrams in 4 patches, or in one. So 40 milligrams in 4 patches, which means there's 10 milligrams in each patch. I'm not really sure. So I classify this as an invalid strength because the strength doesn't really make sense. It doesn't jive with the labeling, and you're not even really sure what they're trying to say is the strength. So a salicylic acid 40%, again 40% is 40 grams over 100 grams, and this is weight per weight. We've been doing weight per volume, so weight is gram over gram. So 40 grams over 100 grams, or if you wanted to reduce it to a per gram basis, then it would be 0.4 grams in 1 gram. So after you've established that this 40 grams over 100 grams is 40%, then what you need to tell us in the SPL is how many grams are in these patches. So how much of the 40% is in these patches. So if you're saying then there's 1 gram in each patch, and then later you have to tell us that there's 4 patches in 1 box. So this is the proper way to tell us that this is a salicylic acid, 40% in each patch, and how many patches in each box. So the consequences of having this invalid strength is that it doesn't report the actual amount in patches. So nobody really knows what's in there, what the strength is, the quantity, nobody knows, because the strength, the way it's listed, it doesn't make any sense. The correct way to do this, just so you guys have experience, is okay, salicylic acid, and then it's 0.4 grams over 1 gram. This says check mark 40%, okay? Now in the packaging section, if you want to assign your innermost label to patch a package NDC, then you can do so. And then you excuse me, and then you tell us what the type is. So it's a patch, and then the quantity. So you are putting 1 gram in that 1 patch. And please note that this gram right here needs to match the this gram right here needs to match the gram here. Otherwise, you're going to get a validation error. So you're telling us how much of the 40% is in each patch. Then in the outermost label, you have to assign this one a package NDC. And then what is it? So it's a box, and how many boxes or how many patches are in the box? So 4 patches, and the unit of measure is 1 because each patch. So this is how you would add the corrected strength and packaging in CDER Direct. All right, so ready for another case study? Here we go. So this one, in this strength error, the drug product is a cough suppressant, dextromethorphan, 15 milligrams per teaspoon. And what you're seeing here in the content of labeling and their drug facts is that the active ingredients they're saying is actually dextromethorphan 10 milligrams. And then in the box image on the representative label, you see that it's dextromethorphan 15 milligrams per teaspoon. So what is it? What's going on? So this one I classify as mismatched strength. And why that is because you have content of labeling that has a different strength from the image of the representative label and or the SPL. Sometimes the SPL will match the content of labeling. Sometimes it'll match the representative image label. Or sometimes it's completely different, but in 3 different places, you can have 3 different strengths. And as you can tell from this example, if that's the case, there's a potential for 1/3 misdosing. And if this is given to a kid, that can make a big difference. But also it's providing, it's creating a lot of confusion for patients and healthcare providers. What is the actual strength of this product? You're seeing it a different strength in different places, so it's really creating a lot of confusion. Okay, So for our last case study of a strength error, I want to give you guys an example of this laxative glycerin 2 gram suppository. This is my favorite type of strength error case, and you'll see why in the next one. Okay, so here's the image, glycerin, the drug facts in the box image. So glycerin 2 grams, and here it is again. This is how it's listed. Glycerin 83 in the numerator grams, 100 grams. So if you're shaking your head like I am when I first saw this, then you pretty much hit the nail on the head here. So as entered in CDER Direct, they entered it as 83 grams in 100 grams. There's no rhyme or reason in the mistake. You can't tell where they even got that from, and I just classify these as sloppy errors because they you don't know how they came up with it. You just feel like it's random and they're inputting it in, and every time I see this I just have to shake my head and say, do these people really need to be in the drug business? So as a consequence of that, it's a completely wrong strength. It makes your firm look unprofessional to have something published with such a complete and utter error. And also I wanted to remind you guys that once you've listed a drug product with a strength, you're not allowed to change that strength. So an NDC is associated with a drug and a strength, and it stays that way through the life of that NDC. Now, if you made a mistake and you need us to fix an initial strength error, that requires a manual override. So we have to review it, make sure that it is an actual strength, make sure it was an initial error and not some sort of changes to the NDC. And then we have to submit that manual override, which then also has to be reviewed by the SPL coordinator and then processed. So this can be pretty lengthy, it's manual, it's time consuming. So making sure you enter the correct strength the first time is super, super important. So in summary, strength errors are the most common listing deficiencies that we're seeing both historically and in the past year. Errors can be due to mistakes in calculating, using the wrong unit of measures, milligrams versus grams, in the way they enter it, just invalid strength. It's random how they do it. There can be mismatches in the content of labeling, the representative image, and the SPL. Or it just could be due to carelessness and just not paying attention. So strength errors have real-world impacts. So it's very, very important for you guys to make sure to get it, to submit it to us correctly. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be around to answer any questions. For questions that you're not able to address today, you can send us an email at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov for compliance-related questions. If you just want to know how to enter it on CDER Direct, you're still a little bit confused about the numerator strength, the denominator strengths, these technical questions you can send to CDER Direct at fda.hhs.gov. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for those real-world case studies. We'll now enter into our final Q&A panel. As a reminder, if you haven't had a chance to enter your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. We have questions already coming in. The first group of questions will be addressed to Lieutenant Commander Jason 2. And here's the first question for Commander 2. When will the FY 2024 facility fees be announced?
That's a great question. So the fiscal year 2024 OMUFA facility user fee rates will be announced in the Federal Register notice around March 2024. We highly encourage visiting the OMUFA user fee website and subscribing to our listserv to receive the most up-to-date information regarding the OMUFA user fee program. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question, Commander 2. We do have a few more questions for you, and here's the next question. What are the criteria to be considered as a CMO facility?
Thank you for the question. So a CMO facility is an OTC monograph drug facility where neither the owner nor any affiliate of the owner or facility sells the OTC monograph drug produced at such facility directly to wholesalers, retailers, or consumers in the United States. If you are still unsure about your facility's operations as a CMO, and if those operations meet the definition of fee liable, please email CDER collections at fda.hhs.gov so that we may assist you. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. And got another question for Commander 2, and it's the following. Does a facility that makes generic OTC drugs need to pay both GDUFA and OMUFA fees?
That's a good question. So GDUFA and OMUFA are independent user fee programs and have their own fee obligations. If your facility manufactures both generic and over-the-counter monograph drug products, you will be liable for both fees. Payment of GDUFA fees or any other user fee program does not remove your obligation for OMUFA user fees. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got questions that came in for David Mazik, and here is the first question. Why is it worth making an NDC reservation instead of requesting an NDC code?
Thank you for that question, Ray. It's imperative that you use that NDC reservation, as I mentioned in the presentation, for pre-launch activities. For one, these are products that are recently being approved but not in commercial distribution. And then secondly, just to verify or make certain that you're not using an NDC that has already been assigned under that particular labeler code.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have a few more questions for David Mazik, and here's the next one. What if you're adding a new product code route to an existing listed product? How would you do that?
So keep in mind, the NDC reservation is product specific. And so if you're adding let's say a new product, a new strength, that would be a separate NDC altogether, or a separate reservation. So it's for an individual in case, maybe from the standpoint of an individual case. Just to clarify, in one of the slides, I mentioned about having everything under one file. In essence, what I was talking about was multiple NDCs for a particular labeler code. So you could have multiple products, obviously different product numbers, which correspond to the ingredient amounts for those products. So just further clarification, that's simply for the individual products that you would have that situation.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more for David Mazik, and here is the next question. Which particular data elements are required to complete the NDC reservation process?
The data elements that are required are, first and foremost, the labeler name, the labeler DUNS, the NDC product code, and that product code encompasses the labeler code and the product number specific to an ingredient and or a strength, the non-proprietary name, the specific dosage form, the marketing status, which is very important as well, the reserved until date, and finally, one active ingredient.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question for David Mazik, and here is the question. Which submission types are prohibited in the NDC reservation tool?
Thanks again, Ray, for that question. And unfortunately, folks, the kit submissions are excluded from the NDC reservation. The system will prompt you to say, hey, look, that you cannot submit a kit submission. The combination products cannot use the NDC reservation, unfortunately.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist. We have a few questions that did come in for Julian Chun, and here is the first question. Should we assign the NDC number for sample size?
Thanks, Ray, for those questions. So for samples, they do require an NDC. Samples are considered to be commercially distributed, and they are a unique package size and type, so you do need to assign an NDC to samples.
Thank you for responding to that question. A few more questions for Julian Chun, and here's the next question. Are package codes to be uniform across all products or specific for each NDC product code?
So each product code can have its own set of package codes, so they do not have to be uniform across all products. Each product code can have their own package codes and package codes designations.
Thank you for responding to that question. Next question for Julian Chun. Will the addition of a leading zero lead to an issuance of a new labeler code to each manufacturer?
So under the proposed rule, the leading zero, it's not considered a new labeler code. It's going to be a new format to your labeler code. So if you have a 4-digit labeler code, you'll have 2 leading zeros attached to it. It's the same labeler code. It's just going to be formatted, and you have to use the leading zeros. And if you have a 5-digit labeler code, you'll have a 1 leading zero in front of it, and that will be the new format. But it's not a new labeler code. It's the same labeler code.
Thank you for responding to that question. Got a few more NDC code questions, and here's the next question for Julian Chun. Is it currently true that the NDC number is not required for an API? And are there any plans to make this a requirement?
That is not true. APIs require NDCs, so they need to be listed and have an NDC assigned to them.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question for Julian Chun. Is the proposed new NDC format only applicable to an FDF or also an API?
Then the proposed rule is for all NDCs, so for FDFs and for APIs, for all NDCs.
Thank you for clarifying that. And another question for Julian Chun. If the proposed rule is finalized for an existing NDC with a 5-digit labeler code, a 3-digit product code, and a 2-digit package code, would a 0 be added in front of the labeler and product code?
Right. So you would need to add a leading 0 to the front of the labeler code to make that 6 digits, and then another at the product code to make that 4 digits. So 2 zeros will have to be added. Since NDCs are 10 digits, 2 leading zeros will have to be added. Basically, you take the HIPAA format and add a leading 0 to current NDCs.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple more questions on NDC codes, and here's the next question. After the transition, when the drug code goes to 4 digits, does this make available more drug codes to assign and keep use of a labeler code?
So yeah, assuming that you have a 532 right now, if the proposed rule passes the way, or we publish it the way that it's proposed, then your new format will be 642. And at that point, you will actually be able to have access to extra product codes. So yeah, you'll get extra product codes, and that's another benefit of this new rule.
Thank you for responding. And this is the final question for Julian Chan in this round. What will happen to labelers that are 442? Will the labeler codes just get leader zeros?
Yes, so they if you have a 442, you'll get 2 leading zeros in your labeler code, and then that will be the new format. So as proposed. So stay tuned, guys, because like I said, we're going through all the comments now that have been submitted, and we will be publishing something hopefully sometime next year. But keep yourself in tune for that, because then there'll be a lot of preparation needed in order to get everybody on board for this transition. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist. A few questions came in for Lieutenant Commander Sujan Park, and here is the first question. If an NDC number has been closed or discontinued, can NDC numbers be reused on another product?
So, no, the answer is no. If an NDC number has been discontinued, then that NDC cannot be reused for another product. If marketing is resumed for that discontinued drug and no changes have been made to the drug, that would require a new NDC under 21 CFR 20735. The drug must have the same NDC that was assigned to it before marketing was discontinued. Thank you for that question.
Thank you for responding to that question. No question for Commander Park is the following. Is a new NDC required for changes of an API supplier?
No, changes to API supplier does not require a new NDC. Only time a new NDC is required is if it meets the information stated in 21 CFR 207.35. Although this scenario does not require a new NDC, it's important to mention that the drug listing must be updated with new API suppliers information. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question for Commander Park is the following. If I move from a blister configuration to a bottle one, should I change the NDC?
So no, if it's the exact same formulation, same drug product, and it's packaged in a different container materials, then you do not assign a new product code. But you will need to assign a different package code. Different package sizes and types cannot share the same package code. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. The final question for Commander Park in this round is the following. Is it required to update the NDC code if the embossing or imprinting details change through supplementary filing approval?
Yes, so new product code is required, once again, per 21 CFR 20735, when there is a change to drug physical characteristics, so such as size, shape, which also includes code and print. So it will require a new product code. For drugs that are subject to FDA review and application approval process, just remember that NDCs are not reviewed during that approval process. Thank you so much.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist. A few questions came in for Tasneen Hussein, and here is the first question. Is an email answering the letter with the evidence that a manual override was requested sufficient evidence of a correction?
Hi, thank you for the question. It's a good question. So an email is not sufficient if it doesn't include the SPL file, the corrected submission file, because we need to see the file. So you need to send us the core ID or the submission ID so we can review the file and make sure that all the corrections are made, because most likely we'll need a manual override. So once we review the file and make the correction, make sure that it's all corrected and that there are no new errors, then we have to send it to the SPL coordinator to perform the override. So make sure that you do send us a submission ID or the core ID along with an email that you have requested it. Or also deficiency letters and warning letters and untitled letters actually state in the letter itself what you need to do and what you need to send to us for it to be sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question for Tasneem Hussein is the following. How long after the resolution of a warning letter will it take for the closeout letter to arrive?
Well, thanks for that question. We cannot really give an exact time frame because we have to usually wait for the manual override for the new submission to be uploaded. And because we are not under, this is not under our control, we don't know exactly when that will happen. As soon as the new SPL is uploaded, then it will not take much long after that. I can probably say within a couple weeks altogether, usually is when we can most likely issue the closeout letter. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question for Tasneem Hussein is the following. Please further explain the difference between E and I category for NDC directory flags.
Thank you for that question. Yes. So the E flag will appear when FDA removed the listing data because it had errors in the data. So FDA will usually send a deficiency letter when we find errors. And if that information, if the deficiency letter is not resolved, if the firm does not respond to us within 30 days, then we remove that data manually because it has errors in the data. So then that's when you see the E flag. For the I flag, that appears because FDA has actually already inactivated the data because it wasn't corrected for a certain long period of time. And the next inactivation period, if the data is still not corrected, then it will get inactivated. So then that's when you will see the I flag. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have just a couple more questions for Tasneem Hussein, and here's the next question. What are the responsibilities of private label distributors?
Okay, so private label distributors basically do not have to register. They're not required to register since they do not have any manufacturing activities. So FDA will accept listing information submitted from a PLD if they are acting as an authorized agent for the registered establishment. PLDs have a choice. So they have a choice whether they can list or not list. So if they choose not to list, then the CMO is responsible to submit 2 listings. So one listing has to be under the name and NDC of the CMO, and one has to be under the name and label and NDC of the PLD. And this is ultimately the responsibility of the CMO. But if the PLD does decide to list, then they do so as an authorized agent, and they'll be responsible for all the data that they submit. And then when they submit, when they decide to list, they have to first they have to make sure that they get a DUNS number from DNB, and then they have to request a labeler code. And once they have the labeler code assigned, they have to create the 10-digit NDC and then submit the listing to us. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. And this will be the final question for Tasneem Hussein in this round of questions. What is the manual override process?
Okay, so that's an excellent question. And this is something that, happens all the time. We get lots of questions and there's always some confusion around this. So the most important thing to know about this process is that the manual overrides are performed by the SPL coordinator, and this is not under our control. So the timing all depends on when the coordinator has time or whatever his, it goes in order. So as he receives them, he will take care of the overrides. The manual overrides have to be approved by CDER or the center under which the product was listed. So if it was a product of ours, we have to make sure that everything is corrected, and then we approve the override. So these can take time. So firms have to send us a manual request in writing to the SPL coordinator. If they're sending it to the SPL coordinator, they have to send it at spl@fda.hhs.gov. The request must always be one request, one ID, one product per request. They must include the core ID or the submission ID in the request. They should include the error statement and the reason for the manual override. So now, if the manual overrides are for products with compliance cases, then it's generally best to send us the information, such as the core ID or the submission ID, because we need to review it first. We want to make sure that everything is corrected. And then once we review it and everything is correct, then we again approve the override, and then we send it to the SPL coordinator who does the override. Then once that's performed, the new SPL will be uploaded. So overall, the manual override process is a little long, but as I stated in my presentation also, if you just follow our steps and what we request from you, and if you send all that to us, it shouldn't be too difficult. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a next group of questions addressed to Vikas Arora, and here is the first question. What is the appropriate timing to remove a site that is no longer manufacturing a drug if the product the site did manufacture is still on the market and hasn't expired yet?
Hi, Ray. Thank you for that question. So if a product is still in the market and the manufacturing establishment has changed, this needs to be updated in the drug listing by the June or December requirement, depending on when the update happened. The establishment that's being removed can remain a registered establishment, especially if it's manufacturing drug product for other applicants, but should no longer be referenced in the current drug listing. If you're ending commercial distribution of the drug product, the drug listing should be updated to add a complete status with the end marketing date that aligns with the expiration date of the last lot of drug product in commercial distribution. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. I've got a couple more questions for Vikas Arora, and here is the next question. Can my drug be legally marketed if I forget to certify my drug listing?
Thank you for that question. So if a drug is in commercial distribution and the listing is inactivated due to a lack of certification or referencing an unregistered establishment or a compliance case, the drug is considered misbranded while it's not properly listed with the FDA. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. This one last question for Vikas Arora is the following. If my drug is no longer in distribution, why do I need to delist if the drug listing has already been inactivated?
Thanks for that question, Ray. So as mentioned in my presentation, inactivation doesn't provide exemption to the listing obligations. Data inactivation doesn't tell FDA whether a drug has been removed from commercial distribution and doesn't tell us when it was removed since there was not a marketing end date provided. So this can contribute to having incorrect information in our databases and doesn't allow us to accurately determine what is in the supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a few more questions that came in for Leila Raju Asfandiari, and here is the first question. Can you elaborate on the use of an inner and an outer NDC and when it is required?
So
multi-level packaging is a big subject in registration and listing, and it lends a hand actually to drug amount reporting. So in order to have a correct drug amount reporting under Section 510 of the Act, you also have to have correct packaging information, and that includes products that have multi-level packaging. So let's say, for example, you have a blister pack that is let's say 3 blister packs in a carton. The carton will have its own NDC package code, and the blister packs will have their own NDC package codes, which have to be different, obviously. The quantity and the type of packaging in that example are different, and therefore a new NDC package code is required. So inclusion of those packaging descriptions in the how supplied section and the requirements are a little bit different than drug listing. In your drug listing, you have to include information of all packaging, including inner and outer package codes with their corresponding sizes and description. And in the labeling section, in how supplied section of labeling for human prescription drugs, that is what we know as ordinarily available for prescribing, is the language that is used, that is included in Section 16 of your labeling. So there is a little bit of difference between what you include in the listing and you're required to include in your labeling. But the idea is that every NDC and its corresponding package code and the relationship between those packaging must be included in your drug listing. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Next question for Leila Raju-Esfandiyari is the following. Are different sizes of packaging required to be listed, or are the various sizes optional?
So this is similar to the previous question, and the answer is that different sizes, they all have to be listed and they all have to be assigned their own NDC package codes. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. And here's another question on NDCs for Leila Raju-Esfandiyari, and it's kind of long, so we can repeat it if we need to. When assigning an NDC for a multi-level package type that is not a kit, should the inner and outer packaging components have the same or different NDCs if the product can be dispensed individually?
So this question might be a little bit different just because you're talking about a kit and you're talking about inner components of a kit and the inner packaging. So in terms of NDC assignments, they all have to be assigned, again, different NDCs with the relationships available in the drug listing. But this question is probably a little bit different because it asks about if that inner package is actually in commercial distribution. And the answer is that in those cases, you have to make sure that that NDC with its entire package code segment is listed as a separate listing, basically. So you have another SPL that includes that product with its NDC product code and package code, which then tells FDA that this is a product that is available outside of this kit. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. And we have another question for Leila Raju-Esfandiyari on repackager listing. And who is responsible for repackager listings? We've noticed listings on DailyMed referencing our NDA with incorrect information.
So repackagers are entities that typically, buy products in bulk and put them in smaller bottles or packaging and relabel and put the product in the market. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't have a relationship with the applicant or source drug manufacturer, and the consequences of their drug listing is that because of that lack of relationship, which is not encouraged by FDA at all, then some of the data is incorrect. So repackagers under the Section 510 of the Act are considered drug manufacturers. So all the requirements, including registration and listing requirements, apply to repackager of a drug and relabeler of the drug to that sense. So if there is a drug that is repackaged and put in the market, whether if it's in a hospital setting or clinic, as long as it's not under common ownership with that clinic or hospital, or it's sold to pharmacies or dispensed to patients, then it has to have its own. It has to be listed by the repackager or relabeler, and it has to have the appropriate NDC on the label. I want to make it very clear that pharmacies that do repackaging under the practice of pharmacy, whether if it's in a clinic or hospital or a retail pharmacy, are exempt from registration and listing. Thank you.
Thank you for answering the group of questions. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a few questions that came in for Pui Huber, and here is the first question. When submitting an NDC reservation, will the data submitted be validated like it is during a drug listing submission?
Thank you, Ray. Yes, so when submitting a NDC reservation, the process is slightly different from a typical, drug listing submission because the NDC reservations have fewer required fields, but for each of the mandatory fields in the NDC reservation, it does go through the same validation to make sure that the information entered is accurate. Also, for a full validation procedure specific to NDC reservation, we have the SPL implementation guide, specifically under section 3.1.8.21. So that section is dedicated to validation information for NDC reservation. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. I've got a couple more questions for Pui Huber, and here is the next one. What are the options for animal drug products?
So our office focuses primarily on human drug registration listing for human products. So for assistance with any animal registration and listing, please reach out to CVM, the Center for Veterinary Medicine, at askcvm, askcvm@fda.hhs.gov. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question for Pui Huber, and here's the question. When will the error code for a vaccine label document type with a marketing category of approved drug product manufactured under contract be resolved?
Thank you. Great question. I saw there were several questions regarding the error code for vaccine label. We are aware of the error code for document type vaccine label that is associated with any marketing category of under contract. We are actively working to fix this issue, but in the meantime, these type of submissions need to be loaded manually. So if you have any questions or need to make a manual request for override request, before it's sent to the coordinator, please email CBERSPL, CBERSPL@fda.hhs.gov. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to those questions. Moving down to our final panelist, Julian Chun. We do have a few questions that came in for Julian Chun, and here's the first question. If an NDC was approved where the unit of measure of strength in grams and the package unit of measure is also in grams, Now the package unit of measure changes to mLs. Can I update the existing NDC, or do I need to submit a new listing?
Thanks for that question, Ray. So if the unit of measure changes from grams to ml, that's telling us that it's going from a solid dosage form to a liquid dosage form, and that would require a new listing because you're not allowed to retain the same NDC if there's been any changes in the distinguishing characteristics of a drug product. So that one would not qualify to keep the same NDC.
Thank you for responding to that question. I got a couple more questions for Julie and John, and here's the next one on bulk ingredients. For bulk ingredients that are frequently distributed in different quantities based on customer orders, how should the configuration be presented? And if it's an API, how should the strength be presented?
So what we currently recommend is that if you are in the situation, you would just list, like, for instance, 1 gram over 1 gram, and then treat your orders for, say, for instance, 17 grams as 17 units. That way you're listed once, and then you don't have to list all the different package types. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is if you are sending like drums, like a 55-gallon drum, you can list the 55-gallon drum as a package strength, and then ship orders in that that container, and things slightly less in that same one. So there's various ways to kind of to list so that you don't have to list all the different strength based on the different configurations. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got a couple minutes left, and the next question is for Julie and John. And as a follow-up to NDC assignment for sample size, are PDP images for sample sizes required to be included in the drug listing, or are the sample size NDCs only required in the metadata and not the PDPs?
So when you list a drug product, the principal display panel, the image should be a representative image of the label. So if you have a representative label, it doesn't have to be all the different sizes, the samples, the 30-count bottle, the 100-count bottle, whatnot. It just has to be one label that's a representative label of all of that product type.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got just under 1 minute. We're going to try to squeeze one more question in. This will be our last question, and it came in for Leila Raju Esfandiari. And here is the question: is there a requirement to have the NDC number on oxygen tank labels?
So we had this question asked 3 times, so I'm guessing it's an urgent one for whoever asked it. So if you are dealing with medical gas, if the oxygen is a medical gas, it is considered a drug, and therefore it has to be listed. One thing you have to remember is that drug listing and NDC assignment are not always the same as inclusion of NDC in the labeling, because under 201, you are never required to include a human readable format of the NDC on your drug label, although we encourage you and we request that you include it. But nevertheless, the product is listed. A drug has to be listed, and the NDC therefore is part of drug listing and is assigned, even if the manufacturer distributor chooses not to print it on the drug label.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for questions in this final panel. A huge thank you to our speakers and panelists for answering numerous questions, providing numerous demonstrations during the entire day. We do have a few closing reminders that we want to share with the audience. Please remember the 14-day deadline, and that's October the 12th, for the certificate of attendance to support CEs for SOCR, RAPS, SQA, and ACRP, and also for the healthcare professionals for claiming your CE. Recordings will be posted in roughly in approximately 7 to 10 business days. For those who only wish to obtain the certificate of attendance to support CEs for RAPS, SOCR, and SQA, please remember that's also October the 12th. As a reminder, remember to download the certificate of attendance immediately upon creating it. Otherwise, this opportunity will be lost. The claim codes for both the certificate of attendance and CEs will be emailed this evening following the conclusion of today's event. On behalf of CDER Small Business and Industry Assistance, we hope that you enjoyed today's presentation and found them helpful. We look forward to your presence at future webinars, which will be advertised on our website at fda.gov/CDER SBIA. Thank you for attending, and this concludes today's conference.